understanding. So the time is I don't, somebody said, let's move it to the next Nabi. Well, we're in Nabi. We have this, the purpose of Nabi is this is what it's for. Naa'bik'iyati. And to just, decide to shut it down and close it at this point is I don't think that's the right thing to do too. We come here to problem solve. Let's solve this problem. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. At this point, we'll go back to the motioning and seconding party of the amendment for some of those questions. Chair Parrish?
Chair Early, I'm going to go back to Honorable Delegate Herman Daniels' remarks and ask if he would like to be on the task force. At this point, I think if you would like to be on the task force, and we can modify the motion. And I believe some of the questions were for the main legislation in regards to the development of the task force. For the amendment of the task force, I am just abiding by the positions of nominating or fulfilling the amendment for Naa'bik'iyati committee. So that's my response to the questions in regards to the way that this amendment is proposed. It's all members, open to all members of Naa'bik'iyati. Thank you.
With that, colleagues, we'll go to next in queue. We have Speaker Damon. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Got colleagues that are on the call. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Parrish, for bringing the amendment, and then also Madam Chair Crotty for bringing the legislation for us. Madam Chair, first of all, so we can speed things up here, I'm going to attend, but you can go ahead and see where it says item number 7, page 6, line 21, insert 9. It says Honorable Seth Damon. Madam Chair Parrish, go ahead and strike that and put Honorable Herman Daniels. So there's 2 members from each committee. And like Honorable Simonson indicated, we're all going to be a part of this discussion. Madam Chair Parrish, the amendment, we're all going to be here working with Madam Chair Crotty in the past, and we just have to keep everybody accountable that's on this committee. We're all going to be a part of this discussion. We were forced into this position. I have to remember that. We didn't know under the 24th Navajo Nation Council that then President Jonathan Nez signed a document with the United States Department of Energy, and found that after the fact. So it's decisions like that force us to make these positions and have us rush to judgment in making these policy decisions. So Madam Chair Parrish, I'd like for you to go ahead and request to modify that so that there'll be 2 individuals on Law and Order, 2 individuals from HESI, 2 individuals from BNF, and like Madam Chair Jesus indicated, they already have the 2 individuals from Resource and Development Committee. Also, the question about travel was brought up. I don't think there's any travel for this at all. So I think that's not even a relevant position to bring up, because I think that we travel here to Winter Rock to come to work, but that's about it. And I know that these meetings will just be held in Winter Rock, and every one of these meetings are held up to a responsibility for all of us to attend. So, Madam Chair Parrish, I requestfully ask for that modification, and then we'll go ahead and move forward. And I think we can get on the ball, and we have a lot of legislations on the table today, and a good report coming from the President's office. And if anybody wants to fire some good words, we can all fire them at Patrick Sandoval today. So, just kidding, Patrick. Oh, I thought you were still here in the audience. All right, colleagues, thank you very much. Madam Chair Parrish, that's my request to modify. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Honorable Damon. Chair Parrish, there's a request to modify your amendment. Chair Parrish?
Thank you, Chair Curley. I concur.
Seconding party, you concur? Seconding party concurs. Next in queue, we have from the seconding party. She wants to make sure before she concurs if Honorable Daniels is okay serving on the task force. Honorable Daniels? Honorable Daniels, there was a request on the floor if you would like to serve on the task force.
I was talking away. I was muted. But I apologize. But I'm sending out to the motion parties. I don't sit down to your Speaker Damon. So I'm not try to see a door, Nathan, your heart. See, but they are the sneer for those not sending. They could only be hot. They get a cock on the regular that is here, which is here, which is in the hand at all. Because I saw that although I know a piece of no cocoa, I don't ever make it. So I would recommend all kinds of bonds that is careful. I would recommend the chairs and vice chairs. What I see some on that, Zakodo. So what I be modification in this case. To the Muslim parties. I don't know, honorable finance went through the 5-day comment period. I don't know, went to RDC. That committee. It is not committee. I just went straight to Nabi. I would understand if this went through the committee level. But they are with that. So if they give us the last look at the way that even yet resources and development committees in Nesto, they represent. We have representatives from the 5 agencies. For Western, we have a modification just to have RDC on that this task force. Modification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, to the seconding motioning party, you got that clarification from Honorable Daniels. So go back to the motioning party for the amendment. Chair Parrish, I believe there was also a recommendation. Chair Parrish?
Speaker Damon modified the motion.
Chair Parrish, you're the motioning party, so do you accept or deny the request that came from Honorable Daniels?
For the entire Resource and Development Committee to be appointed to the task force, is that the modification? I feel like the positions are all open to all members of Naa'bik'iyati, so I stand with my motion. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Chair Parrish will be updating the board for the delegates. Give us a few minutes. right, thank you, colleagues, the board. The second motioning party did not concur with that last modification from Honorable Damon. With that, we'll go back next in queue in regards to the amendment. Honorable Riquinez, via Zoom, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, Speaker, Chair, Aron that Bishwas on the Senegation and Anna Senegi, Ishi Olia, Naa'bik'iyati, Naa'bik'iyati, Naa'bik'iyati. I apologize for not being on the call. I was asked to do a presentation on the Gold King mine spill over here. But I'm back and I've been listening. Nihishans, and I'm not Senegi. Arodi Korosa Betana Hadit Ahi, Nehdatos or Ziki, let me just give you a little bit of a couple of weeks of history here. On March 10, 9 and 10, Resources and Development Committee and the United States Department of Energy and other entities from the United States federal government were at NDOC. Thursday, so some of you were there. The president's office was there. On Friday, the 10th, we were there talking about this. It was only me and Shemaya's Honorable Crotty were the only delegates there. I said, Naa'bik'iyati ko khalit awato nesla khajilan hinan abesh bahasa ana ek khalit did kotor in the Naa'bik'iyati President Biden the Inflation Reduction Act BGE la 720 million in energy funding directly to tribes. Climate resilience for Diego Dipeso, including money for drought relief. I'm not Senegan, Caspajos, electrification. And that the Kodo, Nehedatos of Sozgation, I'm not Senegan. Shamayas Nehedato Sozgi, Hela, Les Palate, Abi, Gato, Lesla, Ede, Kodohan, so the Ohne Salado, Lesiki, authority would Geheke on the 10th of March. I spoke. The Department of Energy and federal entities were present. They're wanting to know what are you guys going to do, Navajo Nation? There was only two of us there. I recommended that we go ahead and appoint a task force based on energy, resources and development. Yes, they are the oversight, but on the list, if you were there on the walls, all the walls there was covered in recommendations. Public safety. Law and Order Committee. And at the hospitals, public safety, health education, human services, budget and finance, Anna Kia the Sea, Kia Diha, Sato, by Yale, Kiton and Hitak. But legislation again, economic revitalization, if 90 days on Daffodil Zeto Sad, Neto Edo has said the next day. You don't have the Gales or together, the old is Gasco Hoba, Panek, Henahalan, Chinanta. This is simple. Let's just have two from each committee because it involves money that's going to their oversight ways. Fish James, another underneath. Oh, what's in the heat? Oh, yeah, this is it. Let's just do it this way. That's it. That will resolve it. We have 90 days. We don't have time to table it. We don't have time to take it back to the committees and make recommendations today, right now. Let's agree to it. That's it. You made the decision. Let's decide today. That's it. The names that I recommended to you, let's just approve it that way. Ms. Parrish, whoever's appointed to this, the names I gave you, let them run with it for 90 days. Department of Education, before this money starts to rot here, let's take action. I think we're done talking, Samantha. So, Speaker, back to you. I do have a request to have the amendment be who I named off here, 2 from each committee. That's it. We'll just vote green and move on. Thank you. Back to you.
Honorable Rick Nez, for stating your position. So the recommendation that was given by Honorable Rick Nez is request for amendment to have 2 committee members from Budget and Finance Committee, Law and Order, and the HESC Committee as well. And I believe in this case, the recommendations were made of from Budget and Finance would be Chair Parrish and also Honorable Crotty, and from the Law and Order would be the Chair and Vice Chair, and from the HESC would be Chair and the Vice Chair. So with that, the recommendation is noted, Honorable Nez, but we do have in the queue Honorable Herman Daniels. You do have the floor, Shinatani. Pardon, let me just hold off on Mr. Honorable Daniels, but I'd like to check with the motioning party for motion. Who motioned on the amendment? Honorable Parrish, Chair Parrish. I need to know what your recommendation is with the recommendation that was given by Honorable Rick Naz. Chair Parrish, you have the floor.
Jesus, for recognizing me. I see in the list of the honorable members of the 25th Council who have volunteered to be a part of this committee, who are not chairs and vice chairs, who would also like to participate in this task force. And I think that's the beauty of it being we're choosing members of Naa'bik'iyati regardless of their position in their committees. So I do want to be inclusive of all members who are not chairs and vice chairs of their committees, and so I stand with my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. That
chairs and vice chairs. Nindiki, what are you so on this case, so at the committee level, so be by need play who could chair Ilia. I don't know vice chair by need play vice chair Ilia. So you've been in Handa Kedole, Mahana Astole. So then I know in here, Bikiti is so the radar, Law and Order Committee. And other committees, Law Health Committee, Budget Finance Committee, RDC. the great chairs and vice chairs, Miniki, Kodo, Honorable Ned, Nahasigi, I would go with that. Kodo, the great, Nana, Bitesh,
Chair Vince James, if you are online, you have the floor.
Go ahead, Speaker.
Chair James, you may go ahead. We hear you.
Speaker, if you had, in regards to my first comment that I made earlier, when you look at the screen, the screen with the amendment notes on top, the file that hasn't changed yet, and that's where we have individuals that are online, and so we're going to have that complaint coming to us that we don't have our ducks in order. So if that change can be made on the screen, because now you see it as amendment 0141-23. So, Speaker, we have to have everything all in order so we don't have our viewers and our audience confused. So, Nana on the email to Nana sa I just wanted to also indicate, I don't know, Honorable Curtis Yanito was recommended by Honorable Danny Simpson. If that could be acknowledged, and respectfully asking if you would like to be added onto the listing, I would greatly appreciate that as well. Lastly, when we do this last minute adding on legislations on agenda, we add on last minute legislation. Naa'bik'iyati nada itleho shidada satoban so kist ala ada ilian kide with adding on last minute legislations to conduct Bahasdi Nando Listan Speaker Ashad Challenge thank you.
Chair Vince James, hopefully we did make the correction on the screen. And then in regards to your requests, I'll refer that over to the motioning party. Chair Parrish, there is a request to add Honorable Curtis Yanito. Chair Parrish?
I believe Chair Vince James asked if the request was acknowledged, and we did acknowledge it. Unless, I guess, I divert to Honorable Curtis Yanito for a response to the conversation.
Honorable Yanito, there is a question from Chair Parrish regarding her motion to modify if you would like to serve on the task force. If you could give us the answer, Honorable Yanito.
You with a comment?
Honorable Yanito, if we did hear correctly, you do accept that modification to be added to the amendment. And you are also in queue for comments following Honorable Arvizo. You can state your comments after Honorable Arvizo. Honorable Parrish, you did get an answer from Honorable Yanito. Point of order by Honorable Cherish.
I believe Chair Vince James asked if we acknowledged the request to add Honorable Curtis Unito to the list, and it was acknowledged at the time. It wasn't a modification to the motion. Honorable Curtis Unito, because at the time that it was addressed, we did not hear from him.
Madam
Right.
Chair, Yanito.
Honorable Yanito, let's hold on first. We're going to get this clarified. So there was a request for modification to the amendment from Honorable Chair Vince James, and I did refer that request to Chair Shondine Parrish, and she stated if Yanito is okay with that, and Honorable Yanito did say yes. And referring back that request of modification back to you, Honorable Chair, do you accept that request or deny that request to modify? Honorable Chair Parrish?
I don't remember Chair James stating that he's modifying the motion, because he stated that he wanted to know if it was acknowledged. So I need clarification on that.
Honorable Chair Vince James, can you make that clarification of that request?
Speaker, thank you very much again for that. I did address the question to you, and we clarified it, and we made that modification. So now it's clarified, and where it's all in Honorable Parrish's hand, if she's going to accept it or deny the request. Thank you.
Honorable Parrish, there is that request, and then there's that request for you to accept or deny the modification that was requested. Chair Parrish?
I'd like to ask for comments from Honorable Curtis Unito.
Point of order by Honorable Toth. Can you state your point of order?
Point of order, ma'am, Madam Chair Speaker. We need to calm down and stop running around here in the council chamber. You want to caucus, we can do that. I'm trying to listen, everybody's talking, so we need order in here. Is that what the rules are? Now people are just running around and talking and trying to listen at the same time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chiche. Honorable Toth for explaining that. If we could conduct ourselves marinally within the council chambers and excuse us who are listening via Zoom as well. Chair Parrish, I'm going to go back to you to accept or deny the request from Honorable Chair Vince James to add Honorable Yanito to the listing to your amendment. Chair Parrish?
Okay, thank you. Before I make a determination, I'd like to know if what Honorable Curtis Unito's stance is before we move forward.
Honorable Parrish, earlier when that request was made, Honorable Yanito did state that yes, he is interested to serve on the task force. So we are waiting if you would be willing to accept or deny that request for modification. Chair Parrish?
Okay, thanks for the clarification. I concur.
Does the seconding motion concur? Honorable Crotty concurs. It is updated here on the screen, honorable colleagues. Going down the line, we do have Honorable Arvizo.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to get my name off this list, number 6, strike number 6. We can put in Nathan Nota. That's my request, my modification request. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Arvizo. Motioning party, Chair Parrish, there is a request to modify the listing to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair Curley. I concur.
Seconding party, do you concur?
Chair Curley, does Honorable Nathan Nota concur?
Chair Parrish, for the record, it was stated earlier that Honorable Nathan Nota is excused from today's meeting. But the request did come from a Law and Order Committee member. And I believe he did concur with that request to modification, so we're waiting on the second motioning party if she concurs. Honorable Clardy?
So Arvizo, you don't want to?
Chair Newton in there, I would be happy with that. That way we get equal representation.
Honorable Crotty, we did get that request to delete Honorable Stephen Arvizo and replace with Honorable Nathan Nota. And we did get Honorable Parrish did concur with that request for modification. So as a seconding party, do you concur with that modification?
Madam Chair, I do not concur unless we have Delegate Nota has either text or contacted staff that he has the capacity to be on the task force. I just don't want to speak for another delegate that's not here, and or they may or may not be on, have the availability, so I'd have to decline at this point. Thank you.
Seconding party does not concur with the modification. Honorable Yanito, you're next in queue. This is towards the amendment. Honorable Yanito, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Honorable Yanito, you have the floor. We can hear you.
Okay, Yacheo, yeah, 25th Council. On the Kodo legislation, so we don't Kodo Kiyaki. I share for electing me as one of the candidates for this task force. And in addition, like all of us committees, we're in different departments as far as standing committee. It's called only this energy issues. For example, this water rights of energy. Over at Colorado River. That's the issue at the DC. You know, we should be all involved in these energy issues within our communities because we come from the different communities with these resources that we're trying to develop here. With all this task force, I believe that's very important to us. I support that as being part of the task force. We have big streams for introducing me into this task force position. And as being in the task force, you know, I believe that we can actually report back to our standing committees at our meetings, because all of us across the nation, you know, this is very important information to pursue for our future. I just want to make a comment, and I want to thank you all.
Yeah, Honorable Yanito. Honorable Toth.
Thank you again, Chair, Auto Presenter. I just have a questions. Since sponsored by Honorable Parrish, there was a lot of recommendation made by several honorable councilmen, and she denies that. She don't want to go by that. So, is there another method that we can use to go with another recommendation if she does not? Because there's a lot of good recommendation that was made, and seems like she don't want to agree to only one person. So my concern, are we going to be here all day? So is there another rules that I can use to modify my motion? If we don't have it, all we have to do is vote it down, because there's no fairness. I kept saying that. Being hahoint upko the question is that's the only question I have there, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, Honorable Toth, we do have an amendment and a second on the floor with the listing that's shown here on the screen. So you have that, each delegates have that right to voice their concerns regarding that listing. But before we turn it back over to the motioning party for the amendment, we'll turn over to two delegates that are in queue. Honorable Damon.
I don't know, I'm trying to broker a deal, but no one from Law and Order is calling me back. Reserve my time, I'll get back to you. Fine.
We'll add your name back to the queue, Speaker Damon. Honorable Ricky Nez via Zoom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It's good that we're going to have two from each committee. What RDC does is we have a group text, and then yesterday we had decided also that we're going to submit two names, our chair and vice chair. And I think that's all we need to do from each committee is to recommend two names, whether it's a chair, vice chair, or just committee members. This task force, Department of Energy, they're not exclusive to just the task force, but they need something in writing to say, okay, now Nation created a task force. kodo lunch Naa'bik'iyati there was a lot of information there, and this is what brought us to this legislation. We're running out of time, and I thought that it would have been nice to ask some of the chapters, but our time is ticking away, and we need to start getting everything in order. Or have a caucus by committees and say RDC already decided, so you guys could have a caucus and say we recommend these two. That's it, and then we can approve the amendment and then move on and do the other legislation. Thank you. Back to you. God bless each and every one of you.
Honorable Nez. Next in queue, we are going back around to Speaker Damon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, colleagues, again. If Herman Daniels would have just said yes, then it would have been 2 equal from each committee. So I'm going to take Chairman Rick Nez's recommendation, and I don't think the recommendation from Mr. Stephen Arvizo. I wasn't asked. Ms. Helena Naa'bik'iyati wasn't asked, and Honorable Jermaine Simonson wasn't asked on the record if we wanted to be on this committee. It wasn't on the record, so I'm going to put as the recommendation, you can go ahead and strike my name, and then go ahead and put Madam Chair Charles Newton, Eugenia Charles Newton in there. And the reason why is, says recommendation is the chair. And now there's equal distribution of all the committees. Well, there's 3 B and F, 2 RDC, 3 HESI, and 2 Law and Order Committee members now. So, and again, colleagues, we can all be present at this meeting. It's a collective reasoning. And the other thing, the reason why, if either the chair or the motioning party, Madam Parrish, if you don't accept this, or Madam Chair Crotty don't accept this, I'm asking to be withdrawn. And the reason why I'm asking to be withdrawn is, look at that. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus the 2 that were recommended at RDC, 9, 10. Am I counting right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10. There has to be 6 of you, then 6 of us in order to make a quorum. Are all 10 going to be there every single day on April, what was it, or May 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th? Was that the days? 1st to the 4th? Or you all, or is anybody on that listing going to say, I can't miss my planning meeting? Are any of you all going to say that? Because these are important decisions that you're going to have to make. I can't miss my Club C meeting. You're going to have to make these important decisions, and you're going to have to state. And on inauguration day, I did indicate, I said one important thing. It's okay to miss those meetings, because these are the bigger issues that your constituents voted you in to make these big decisions. And these are huge decisions that are going to be made for the next 20 years. And I'm gracious that the Biden administration is looking to opening up and saying, hey, Navajo, what's the recommendations? What do you want to do? How do you want to go ahead and plan and work together to go ahead and build a better energy portfolio, so that you can go ahead and have that growth, not only as Honorable Simonson indicated, not just for economic development isn't just dollars. Economic development has a spread in education, in human resources, and a benefit to grow basic implementations and changing lives for our next 7 generations. So when you have too many individuals on a task force, usually the task force historically doesn't work. And that's, I do agree that when the original initiative was to go ahead and put at least 6 members together, 5 members together, we could all have attended. So again, if the recommendation isn't taken, Madam Chair Parrish, I'll go ahead and ask for my name to be scratched from this, because again, we all will be a part of this discussion. If you want to go ahead and be there, you can put meetings aside to attend, and this report will come back to Naa'bik'iyati committee, and the position statements, you got to remember, whatever a task force does and puts the recommendations, we're still going to have to publish that and finalize the final legislation by Naa'bik'iyati committee, because we are the governing body of the Navajo Nation. So the recommendations at that point, if there isn't a consensus from what the task force has indicated, then at that point there can be recommendations for changes to as well. So, and I'm doing this as recommendation not only to make the task force the leverage of the task force to go ahead and be equal amongst the committees, because right now there's only Honorable Stephen Arvizo's from Law and Order Committee, and I've heard it from numerous delegates that there should be a consensus that there should be equal distribution of some sorts on the committee representation. So again, colleagues, thank you very much, but we have so many other task forces. If this is the first one that we're taking to approve, I wonder how many of the rest of the task force are going to take to approve. And again, I greatly thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing this legislation for us. Thank you for attending, yourself and Chairman Rick Nez. Thank you for being a part of that discussion there, that initial discussion. And I got invited, but I was at an RPAC meeting that day. And I was trying to change up the fringe benefit rates for the nation. But again, thank you very much, and that's my motion, that's my recommendation for modification, Honorable Chair Parrish, and to yourself, Madam Chair Crotty, at this time. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Damon. Motioning party, Chair Parrish, there is a request for a modification. Chair Parrish.
Yeah, Speaker Curley, Speaker Damon, could we ask Chair Eugenia Charles Newton if she concurs with the motion?
Chair Parrish, unfortunately, she's unavailable at this time, but Honorable Damon did mention that we'll turn the floor back over to him for clarification. Honorable Damon?
Yeah, I finally got somebody from Law and Order texting me back. And Honorable Herman Daniels has agreed to be in this position. So I'll go back to my original modification. Madam Chair Parrish, I modified to strike my name and put Honorable Herman Daniels in the position. And I got confirmation right here. Sorry, my arm's sore. Can't raise it that high. Right here. There's a smiley face on there too, so that's my modification. Thank you, Madam Chair, both Madam Chairs and Madam Speaker.
Motioning party, there's that request on the floor. Chair Parrish?
Yeah, Speaker Damon, could we ask Honorable Herman Daniels if he concurs?
Honorable Chair Parrish, Honorable Damon did state that he did get confirmation via text from Honorable Daniels that he would like to serve on the task force. Chair Parrish?
I concur.
Second party? Second party concurs. All right, honorable delegates, we have been on this amendment for almost 2 hours. I don't see anybody else in queue regarding any questions or comments to the amendment. We'll turn the floor over to Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chair Curley. I did get a text from Delegate Nathan Nota, and he did concur he'd like to be on the task force. If I could ask Chair Parrish for the modification, and I'll second. Thank you.
Chair Parrish, there's a request to add Honorable Nathan Nota to the listing. Chair Parrish?
Speaker Curley, I concur.
Honorable Crotty did concur as well. Honorable colleagues, are there any additional comments, concerns to the amendment? Second call. Third call, calling for a vote on amendment number 1 to legislation 0041-23. If you are attending via Zoom, feel free to text the Chief of Staff or Jalissa for your vote. Thirty seconds to vote.
Honorable Brenda Jesus did not.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 16 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting for the amendment. Amendment carries. Back to the main motion, honorable delegates, to legislation 0041-23. Any additional comments or questions to the main motion? Second call. Third call, calling for a vote. We'll go to second reading before the vote. Staff, second reading.
Second reading for Amendment 1 for Legislation 0041-23. 1, page 6, line 15, before Naa'bik'iyati Committee, insert Honorable Shundeen Parrish. 2, page 6, line 16, before Naa'bik'iyati Committee, insert Honorable Amber Knaz-Bakrati. 3, page 6, line 17, before Naa'bik'iyati Committee, insert Honorable Carl Russell Slater. 4, page 6, line 18, insert 6, Honorable Jermaine Simonson. 5, page 6, line 19, insert 7, Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati. 6, page 6, line 20, insert 8, Honorable Stephen Arvizo. 7, page 6, line 21, insert 9, Honorable Strike Seth Damon, insert Herman M. Daniels Jr. 8, page 6, line 22, insert 10, Honorable Curtis Yanito. 9, page 6, line 23, insert 11, Honorable Nathan Nota. 8, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services, the Office of Legislative Counsel, and the Office of Management and Budget, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener errors and to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits implement the Navajo Nation's Council's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for that second reading. Colleagues, going to the drawing board for your vote. Twenty seconds to vote. Thank you, staff. We do have a vote, 15 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. We do have, for the record, Honorable Simonson texting in her vote. So we do have 16 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for bringing forth that legislation. We're moving on to back to our agenda, back to receiving reports. Number A, we did get a message from the Office of the President and Vice President that they will not be joining back to do the report. However, we do have the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office here with us, Executive Director Tom Platero. We'll proceed over to Mr. Platero. Just give us a few minutes while he makes his way down to the presenters table. Mr. Platero, you can use the microphone in front of you, and you have 20 minutes for your presentation.
Madam Speaker, members of the Naa'bik'iyati Committee, my name is Tom Platero. I'm the Director for the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. Mr. Chief of Staff and Deputy Chief of Staff and Legal Counsel Bitta Becker were here this morning. They blocked out an hour and a half and they had another meeting at 11:30 with GIMC, and then there's a funeral that's taking place this afternoon that they had to be at, so they apologize that they couldn't be here. They did provide a written report that was sent to, I believe, Chief of Staff Rico. I'm hopeful that he distributed that to you. So all I'm going to do is just highlight from that report. There's 2 teams that Office of the President, Vice President is working to try to facilitate streamlining some of the processes, some of the time that it takes to get things through the Navajo Nation system. The first one is a team that they call the Fiscal Policies Improvement Team, also known as the ARPA team. On February 22nd, Chief of Staff convened just with the FRF office to try to get an understanding of these are the processes that Fiscal Recovery Fund Office has to work with. So we sat down and we mapped it with him, and at the end of it, we basically had a board the size of one of the walls, pretty much filled out with all of the steps that we have to get through to get these projects done. So the first meeting was just to kind of acquaint him and his team with what we all have to work with. So there was the expenditure process, and then it was you go into the legislative process, then we go into the Office of the President process, where it gets signed into law. Then we switch over to setting up the accounts through OMB. Then we switched over to setting up the subrecipient agreements. So I brought an example today, council delegates. This is one packet for a subrecipient agreement. This is the one that we just finished. The account was set up about a week ago. We went back in, worked with legal to get the paperwork done. So this is this stack right here is $96 million worth. So that's the process that we had to go through. So we've had to teach them all of that. One of the things that's now being added into the process is a risk assessment that we just completed and got the final approval. That's what we're emailing back and forth on. And the very first program that's gonna get that assessment done is at 3 o'clock today. We got it approved around 11:30 this morning, and we're putting it into practice at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we're trying to make the turnaround time as quickly as possible so that we can get these all done. So that was the first process. And then on the second meeting was on the 28th, which was our office, the Office of the President, Vice President, OMB, Office of the Controller, and Division of General Services. And this one was to map out the financial process and barriers to spending money. Again, these departments, what we conveyed to them at that meeting was OMB would really need you to work with us to get the budget set up much quicker than we have in the past. It's very difficult for them because they're short-staffed. For some reason, people aren't applying for financial positions with the Navajo Nation. They have positions advertised both at OMB and at Office of the Controller. There's money there, but people aren't applying for it. During this meeting, one of the things that I explained to the group there was that the accountant, vacancy accountant within the Navajo Nation, they were advertising those positions, and the city of Gallup is advertising an accountant with basically the same qualifications and years of experience, but that one pays $21,000 more a year. So what I told them is that we need to become more competitive because I drive the extra 20 miles a day to get the $21,000 in additional pay. So we need to work together to make sure that the pay is compatible. So that was a process, and what came out of that was about a week and a half to 2 weeks right after this meeting, OMB was able to work with all of the programs and with our office, and $386 million in budgets were set up. So all those business units were approved. We were having difficulty getting them before, so with the support of the Office of the President, Vice President, we got people moving on the department, the division side. All of those are through right now. Right now, we just have two budgets that are still left from CJN 2922. We are working with the Division of Public Safety on their $35 million for the police equipment and rural addressing. We did meet with them Tuesday at Alamo, and we're hopeful that we can get that all completed this week so that that account can be set up. The other account that hasn't been set up is the Navajo Hopi Land Commission. There's $15,550,000 that's sitting there that needs to be set up. And part of theirs was they made a revision in the way that they were going to implement it. When the process was approved, they wanted to modify the way they were going to implement it, and we had to take that to the Department of Justice, and Department of Justice said it was a significant enough of a change that it had to go back to council. So once we let Navajo Hopi Land Commission know that, they went back and said, we'll go back to the original process. So a lot of it is up to interpretation. BFS 3121 really has a very stringent process to get things done. So what we're gonna do is, we've been reporting to Budget and Finance. I meet with Budget and Finance every second Friday to work on these things. So they are asking our recommendations to simplify BFS 3121 for the chapters, possibly add in a section where if a chapter wants to move money within their own region, that we don't have to go back through the whole process of going back to council. Because we already have the first batch of the 66 for chapters that were approved. We already have 2 chapters that are coming back wanting to make changes. So we're gonna be working with Budget and Finance to try to get that through the process and make it simpler for chapters. That was basically from the second meeting. The third meeting was with the March 2nd FRF, Office of the President, Vice President, OMB, Office of the Controller, Water Resources, General Services, Social Services, Department of Human Resources, the Speaker's Office. In this, where we started focusing on the improvements to processing grants and contracts, and that's where we began to merge in how are we going to work with all the divisions and setting all of these ones up. So everybody got a better understanding of it. We all sang Kumbaya at the end. We're like, yay, we're going to get this done. So the meetings have actually been very productive to getting things done, and it helps that somebody from the president's office is sitting in there, because it's very difficult for me as a director for one section to go to a director from another section and say, come on guys, get this done. But when the message is coming from Office of the President or the Vice President, it has a much higher turnaround time, a faster turnaround time. So that's how we're able to get those things done. Then the fourth meeting was on March 10, which was to focus on updating the personnel policies manual with particular focus on background checks, including provisional hiring. From what I understand, Director Nez Manuelito is finishing up that language to try to modify the personnel policies manual. There is another task force group. We also have task force on our side too. So there's another task force group that is working on modifying the entire personnel policies manual. They did section 1, 2, and 3 with the first meeting, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the second, 7, 8, and 9 in the next section. And they're going to be taking a look at 10, 11, and 12. I believe a meeting next Thursday. So that one is kind of being sponsored by Division of Social Services, Director Cody Shop, and coordinating with Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management. But they are looking at those and trying to improve that system. So there's now, that's the first group. The second group is the OMB, Office of the Controller, OPVP meetings. This one I'm not privy to, so I'll just read what they have. The goal is to focus on the policies of the OMB and Office of the Controller to determine what amendments are necessary to ensure fiscal responsibility and to end duplication of services. The first meeting was on March 1st, which was to review the P cards, why they can't be used for services. This I talked to a little bit on Elizabeth. Office of the Controller is trying to amend their procedures to allow for programs to use P cards. P cards is very convenient, but there's been abuses in the past by certain departments, and that's what they're trying to do is bring it back, but make a little bit more tighter controls on it, on how this can be completed. The other one was the second meeting was on March 8th, again with Office of the President, Vice President, OMB, Office of the Controller, and that was to propose amendments to the procurement regulations. From what was reported at the Budget and Finance meeting, Catherine Belzowski with Department of Justice is working on some changes, and Office of the Controller is also working on some changes. The third meeting was on March 13, Office of the President, Vice President, OMB, Office of the Controller, DOJ, and again, they furthered the amendments to the procurement regulations. The fourth meeting was on March 23rd, which was to finalize the proposed amendments to the procurement regulations so that they can be sent to appropriate oversight authority for all of those ones. So there are two groups that are working on this. There are additional task force that we're all put on. For me, I'm involved in the finance one, I'm involved in the personnel one, and I'm also involved in the contracting one. And then within the Office of Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office, the way I try to describe it is we have to coordinate between our office, Department of Justice, OMB, Department of Personnel Management, Office of the Controller, to get all of these things going. So it's been an interesting journey, but this process, the very first one that we did, we met last Friday, we got the template, then we were on travel Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday morning, we were over at Sayatwa. So I got back yesterday afternoon and we completed the whole packet. But it took me a while because I had to take information from different pockets of people that aren't underneath the FRF, like the section where the contract that came from the federal government, we got that from Department of Justice, the information that came from, I had to take part of the information from what came from OMB underneath the transmittal, then I had to take another section out of the appropriating legislation or resolution. So all of these have to be put in a certain sequence. And then the part that was submitted originally with the paperwork that came in did not include the project listing, and that's very important to it. So it's just taking the documents and putting it in a certain order so that everything matches up. So it's been an interesting learning process. I think we're getting the hang of it. We want to make sure that we're ready with this when the chapters are going, for the certified chapters that are going to be going into subrecipient agreements. The one thing that I can tell you right now is DOJ is leaning towards just doing one subrecipient agreement with the certified chapters, and then adding in the different expenditure plans that are approved in there. Whereas everybody else, we kind of have to do one for each expenditure plan. Like NTUA has 8 that were generated from the CARES defunded, and then this is the first one that we're getting through on this batch. We are going to begin coordinating a little bit better with the Department of Water Resources to get their subrecipient agreements out. I know that broadband has certain subrecipient agreements that are ready from their shop that we're going to try to help facilitate. We did hire an additional person on the finance section within the Fiscal Recovery Fund office to monitor all the 164s as they go through the process, and that person's hired for the duration until we can get all of the subrecipients in place. Then we got to start shifting gears at the FRF office from setting up contracts, from setting up budgets, to beginning the monitoring phase of it, the reporting phase of it. There are sections within CJY 4121 that need to be adhered to, and then we're going back and revisiting all of the directives that came underneath both CJY 4121 and CGA in 2922. Madam Speaker, I believe that is the extent of my report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Potero. With that, colleagues, we did receive the report. Is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Norman Begay, second by Vice Chair Johnson. Questions or concerns regarding the report, colleagues? Shache, Honorable Toth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a concern and issue with your department, Mr. Patero. I'm trying to get information from Community Development and also Ms. Draper. I did contact Mr. Castillo about our light chapter submitted their expenditure report. Seems like there's no coordination, and every time I go over there to the office, nobody's there, so I need to know where my chapter are standing, because I'm just still waiting for that, all the expenditure plan to be approved or processed, so I can do legislation for my chapter. So, even if there a way you can provide me with that information, email, or I try to contact, like I said, the individual that responsible for that has not answered my calls or email. So Mr. Botero, thank you, Chair. Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Toth. Mr. Patera, your responses?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I will go on ahead and complete a summary report of all of the proposals from your section, from your chapters. But on DCD's website, it does show that there's Ojo Encino bathroom additions, $421,747. Ojo Encino chapter renovations, $326,053. Ojo Encino community wastewater construction, $250,000. Ojo Encino septic tank cleanup, $102,000. Little Water housing assistance, $590,811. Little Water temporary employment 2 years, $509,492.39, for a total for LGA certified chapters of $2,200,092.50. And the non-certified chapter, you have counselor for Cedar Hill power line extension, $304,143. Pueblo Pintado water line to fire station, $550,000. Pueblo Pintado pickup truck, $100,000. White Horse Lake house wiring, $120,000. White Horse Lake scattered septic service cleaning, $19,000. White Horse Lake warehouse, $530,000. White Horse Lake replacement of interior bathroom plumbing, $90,000. $1,713,143.54. If you give me a minute, sir, I can pull up the the report at the FRF office to see what has come over from community development. We did receive the pickup truck on February 24, 2023 for the 100,000, the water line fire station, 550,224. Email was sent to the chapter to make corrections to Appendix A, new budget forms, and Appendix J. That was sent on March 9, 2023. I will go on ahead and email those to you, sir, and I'll also send you a link to the DCD website where they track all of their information. The other one that we're delegates, just so you're aware, we're trying to get as many of the eligibility determinations before spring session. So we did alert Department of Justice to try to get as many of those out as we can. So I'll go ahead and Delegate Toth, I will get that information to you. And the other one is I created another report yesterday when we were at Sayato for Delegate Speaker Damon's chapters. It collapses it, and I'll see if I can have one prepared for each of the 24 regions so that you understand where you are with everything. I did make a mistake in the Delegate Dr. Nez. I left him off of an email, and so he stopped by, and it took me 30 seconds to get him his information. So he was like, if it just took you 30 seconds, why didn't you get it to me 3 weeks ago? So, but we did try to respond as much as we can. One of the things that's become difficult is kind of everything comes to me. And so when I get to meetings and stuff like that, so it was good that I got to sit here because I caught up on some of my emails, and his was one of them that I was able to find. I get between 200 and 400 emails a day. So it's kind of hard to keep up with all of those, and then the meetings and the presentations. But as I stated, Delegate Toth, I will get the information to you, and I will also make sure that your LDA is provided that information. We did get a little bit of a clarification on the resolutions. The Department of Justice just made a decision on that. I'm going to try to get that in writing, which will clarify a little bit of the issues that we're having around resolutions from the chapter for these projects. Madam Speaker.
Mr. Platero, Honorable Toth, there's an invitation for you to meet up with Mr. Platero after the meeting regarding some of your specific questions to your projects. Honorable colleagues, are there any additional questions for Mr. Platero? Online? Second call? Third call? Thank you, Mr. Platero. We're calling for a vote. If you're joining via Zoom, make sure to call in or text in your vote to Chief of Staff or Jalissa. Thank you. To the drawing board. One minute to vote. 10 seconds to vote. Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 14 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Thank you, Mr. Tom Platero, for your report. We do have new business B, consent agenda for 3 legislations. Staff, could we read the legislations into the record?
Consent agenda legislation 1, legislation 0036-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Stephen R. Arvizo's Delegates Region. Chapters include Church Rock, Ayambato, Mariana Lake, Pinedale, Smith Lake, and Peru. The sponsors Honorable Stephen Arvizo. This legislation was posted to the 5-day comment period on March 7, 2023. This ended on March 12, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comment opposing this legislation, and there was no recommendation for this legislation. This legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council as final authority. Second legislation in the consent agenda is legislation 0037-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee and Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Region Project Plan for Honorable Norman M. Miguel's Delegate Region. The chapters include Alamo, Rama, and Torjule. Sponsor is Honorable Norman M. Miguel. This legislation was posted to the 5-day comment period on March 7, 2023, and this comment period ended on March 12, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no recommendations for this legislation. This legislation moves on to Navajo Nation Council. There was the third legislation on the consent agenda, which is legislation 0039-23, an action relating to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee approving the Speaker's appointment of the Navajo Nation Council members to the Navajo Hopi Land legislation, five-day comment period started on March 15th and it ended on March 20th. There was no comment supporting or opposing this legislation. There was no recommendations for this legislation. Naa'bik'iyati Committee is the final authority, and per Navajo Nation Council Standing Rule Order 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for reading the legislation into the record. Just a reminder, colleagues, consent agenda is not subject to debate. So can we get a motion? Motion by Vice Chair Johnson, second by Honorable Chair Jesus. With that, Chair, we'll go straight to a vote. Calling for a vote. Thank you, staff. We do have 15 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Motion carries. Down to number 7, new business C, legislation 0029-23. We do have the sponsors here within the council chambers. Staff, could you read that legislation to the record?
Legislation 0029-23, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naa'bik'iyati committees, reaffirming NABIN-70-18, respectfully requesting the United States Veterans Affairs Administration to establish a veterans hospital and create personnel positions to address housing and benefits on the Navajo Nation for Navajo Nation veterans. Sponsors Honorable Seth Damon, co-sponsors Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. This legislation was posted on a 5-day comment period that started on March 3rd, 2023 and ended on March 7th, 2023. This legislation went before the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee on March 8th with a due pass to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. This legislation is final authority here at Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Madam Chair. Per Navajo Nation Rules of Order, number 9, this legislation will be read into the record electronically. Voice recording. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff. Do we have a motion to 00-29-23? Motion by Honorable Arvizo, second by Honorable Azaret. Any comments or questions to the legislation? Second call. Third call, no questions. We go for a vote. Honorable colleagues. Thank you, staff. We do have 14 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Main motion passes. Down to new business. Letter D, legislation 0030-23. Honorable Amber Kisnabakrati sponsoring. Are you online or within the council chambers? Honorable Crotty. Second call. Honorable Crotty for legislation 0030-23. Third call. Honorable Crotty. No answer. We're moving down to number 7, new business E, legislation 0032-23. Honorable Riquinez, sponsor, are you on call? Yes, we have the sponsor on call. Staff, could you read the legislation to the record?
Legislation number 0032-23, an action relating to Law and Order Committee, Naa'bik'iyati Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Heather Claw as the Navajo Nation Deputy Attorney General. The sponsor is Honorable Ricky Nez. This legislation was posted to the 5-day comment period on March 3rd, 2023. It ended on March 8, 2023. There was no comments supporting this legislation, there was no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no recommendations for this legislation. This legislation went before the Law and Order Committee on March 13, 2023. It was a due pass with no amendment and therefore referred to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Navajo Nation Council is the final authority. Madam Chair. Pro Tem. I didn't know she changed.
Thank you. Legislation was read into record. At this time, I will turn it over to Shana, going back. May I get a motion on the floor or online from our 25th Navajo Nation Council? Motion by Honorable Delegate Asseret. May I get a second? Second by Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati. Any comments or questions, delegates? Going once? Going twice? We'll go ahead and call for the vote. Honorable colleagues that are on the call, online, and on the floor, please place your vote. Colleagues, you have 25 seconds. Please place your vote. Thank you, Do'ohiahet. Nasa Shin. So the next legislation we have is under item F, legislation 0031-23. And if I can ask our staff to go ahead and read that into record.
Legislation number 0031-23, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services and Naa'bik'iyati committees and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Thomas Cody as the Executive Director of the Division of Social Services. Sponsor, Honorable Casey A. Johnson. Co-sponsor, Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty. Co-sponsor, Honorable Norman M. Begay. This legislation was posted to the 5-day comment period on March 3rd, 2023, and it ended on March 8, 2023. This legislation went before the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee on March 15, 2023. It had a due pass with no amendments and therefore referred to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. This legislation moves forward to the Navajo Nation Council. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading that into the record. Motion by Honorable Norman Begay, second by Honorable Helena Nez Begay. We do have questions in the queue, so we'll give our sponsor and presenter 20 minutes to represent their legislations. Honorable Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to say good afternoon to my colleagues and all the legislative staff here in the chambers, as well as all our colleagues that are on the line and those that are listening in to today's session. Just want to thank everybody for being here. Shay ma desh kijni nishne hashkan hazo bashish chin hana ni desh shay tiraja ni nishne akal ego de nishne tsitlabeda nasha. So those are my clans and who I am. From Gray Mountain, Cameron area. I represent Cameron, Coal Mine, Loop, Tiditoa, and Talani Lake in District 3 and 5. So I'm here to sponsor this legislation for Mr. Thomas Cody as the Director of Social Services, as the Executive Director. So I'll just go ahead and refer my time over to him. Thank you. Yeah.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, Shadeja, thank you for allowing me this time. Thank you for allowing me to come before you. I truly appreciate being here before you, and also as the appointed Executive Director for Social Services. Shay Thomas Cody Winshia, Hashkaha Zonishli Adot Nisani Bashishi, Nakaidene, Dashichedo, my Dishkiji, Dashanale, Lay Loop Date in Asha, Ade Shali, I raise alpacas, llamas, sheep, goats, horses, cattle. What I audition, Archie Cody is what Lin Holon, when the yacht Kayap, Hawaji, what Ashibana, Equate. Nahan de Statli, I worked in Denver, Colorado with Casey Family Programs for 8 years. When the applications were being accepted through the Nigerian Montoya administration, I am a veteran of the United States Navy, Department of Health, Division of Health, Division of Social Service, Northern Arizona University, Casey Family Programs with they had a unique program. You can be embedded into the federal government. Indian Health Service in Rockville. COVID bahawal then that the Navajo area sign is the Navajo area office G ado a ka nashwa nache. Ado Native American Administration for Native Americans, but no Aja policy advisor and Shno Atlash nache should say Hope McDonald Lone Tree Aja Banash Nisor Itlash nache. Ado Atara the Benza, the Denver, the Inash Director of Child Welfare, that no Aja Inash Shinach Aja Sebi Shinache. But said I didn't I saw Tande, I sat down there, I was a council delegate before for 4 years. I know what you go through, I know what you have to face when you go home to your constituents. Wilson, Harlan Beso, now Lahagi Division of Social Service, Besos and the Sato Benica and Nashuto let Adani, Kadoni, Nihimasan, and Hicheda, a dish wasn't no Saton Nilsos. Ado chapter president, don't Schleen that looped the Ado school board president, Ado Winslow Indian Healthcare Center, 638 contract at the Ilia Ajito President Shlo a 638 contract hard wood quite Okata on the Schnaz Ado IUCA Nika dish Wilson do Kodo Be Hassan Niki O de Be Hos Agi could let's say Kodo hire Ilia Casey Family Program Nahan Dealnish could Hada Title 4E Be Hansen a Navajo Nation was set up in law. That's how I left Navajo. Although I got my additional experience in child welfare. Although it's not kids, I could shake they start a Nika dish was Niki the Shinigaya, Nin he the Snuto, art origin and the Shido I couldn't Hanan Sako, couldn't so in each this.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson and Mr. Cody. We do have questions and concerns. Honorable Tolth, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker. Ado Koro Shinat Anino Senigi, my colleagues, and then people on the line. Yeah, Koro legislation also. Ado Mr. Cody, Ishi Shabakato Jato, one thing I wanted to mention to you, Mr. Cody, is that some of these staff they wanted to know what your goals are, what your plans are. So sanitani clinic o yawi na shukotan hitil etamne hula june tako. So I would urge you to work with the community, your workers, to aid spouse e nandadin snedo honne the no di nada late no. Ashini o just kill to yat in the yoga that. Yeah, so I know your job, and I know we spent a council on the floor back in 1990s. Was that in the Shilin store? So I commend you to be our social service, and also I heard over the air radio station about some assistance for our people, general assistance. So it's out on there. So I encourage my constituents to apply for these, because there's a whole lot of young kids, single parents, but I drop budget that okay. My area towards northern Hot Echo, The only way they buy gas to put food on the tables, they have a little stand along the road. Accorda e shinhina shidaro lito jol chidado al. Ato application hadadil ita or has it a let not so stay okay though even we're low income don't have prove it all in the nile da no such the whole neko ishi and the holding hashita and lito. I know we put a lot of procedures in place and don't based on us. Somehow we streamline those requirements would help. So that's all we've been saying from HASI committee, that somehow we need to streamline a lot of this red tape because people want some changes, not doing the old ways, that's the reason why we're here. I always advocate for my elderlies, my young kids, and also the kids out there. Also, it's a lot sort of studio sani. Yego bahani zin. Jot hai Argentindans. Studio sani akiro edo kon. Honey Lordan de Hardishin citizen. The Haninla. Hot on the Cadolin Gitan Dolka. Da no at the Nenegit Ahcon. Jo not just as a share. Of course, she could all constituents. Alle jo tradition to jo be jo this art in so we now cut the sha the chapter with that. Halan hit the nappy seat na do ni halchen be seat na. A cocoa art a program DBG. So my I always say that is how can we decentralize a lot of these programs. Harder than that. A corporate base of that then just to travel up here. A co aiding each in how to eco Asian balcons and Asian art and then he don't he can't get a community she has tweeted Sani. Chenias now arch corn like I said, single parents, but I job by Hudata kako huda nihleko. Peda J Dinskidas arco. You're not qualified, she didn't know that, but I job by echo. He could have reaching here and as car, it's not fair for our community. Ko Otano hit the Jito. Another okay. Come they would all in Hitler's and 110 chapters in Huda Echo. Gas station data and the stores the based on the date of I see in the house. We deal this with every day. People come to you and she can't get down no. In the Washington Lenigi, the Nappy seat nako. Even our people, elderlies and Stuisani, Harchin, Laida Altande, a copy so the Bondat Leko, a good all in his whole gas balcons and she would all a high. She came Lenigi, she constitutes with her chapter gonna shortly. Ko edi people hasn't alle. Could alle bani kind with hasnetle. What are bani kado what are a hito gato what are a the snow go to a at the sneer. We need to go back to our community because if it wasn't for community we wouldn't be here. So I serve on the police force out San Lago, but I job by in the rural area. Stuisani, Bajagab, the horizontal, without the staff that contact ish on the horse. A cushion yai at the nen cardish with Nengi, a shin hidden never can't lead or the saying our jeans hala. In Chilness no nannes balcons and don't hadn't show be the hardly. ako tene action plan jito ntrato ajita nitrako. Ako ta introduce jita la ko kontra lanasta. Ako ba hinsen halan hitene. Ba jo ba ye ko se ibansis case. Se mosando se chido se nalda halon da hashi e diginda skli ya do kadni kude. Nkite ilka se hut insis case da which Turizm bay biba nasti kodo bayoshneta. Khala bada khishi bar batsad dolzin khishi ba dotzi. Akhot this case leko. Dashin ilsko hunit eko. It has the main goal of being a leader, and do not forget your community, your constituents. Khot a benjadi sims to Cody, and appreciate that. Zona nishidi lito ba kunzindo ba khaliya ashin khut anaj no tiltke ho ajato amanalo khansata kesbitin tajil shoko area sho ba kunzindo lito khut aben jahasido lit. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toth. We received the time floor over back to the sponsor and the agent. Honorable Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Toth, for that. I appreciate your comments, and I'd like to go ahead and refer to Mr. Cody for his response.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the time again. Although, Mr. Tolson, thank you. Jadi Linda initiative, when we went before oversight, and the Lahago Beso, so do Tachado either. Just yesterday, $1.2 million went back right before the 25th Navajo Nation Council came into office, just because the program director did not submit a response to that one particular budget. So we lost out at $1.2 million last. Kadinda, the new director that came in, so simple things like that. It's $1.2 million that could have been used in the communities. I really have an issue with that. Although working with the staff, I have a lot of staff that work within my office, and then I have a deputy. The deputy is the one that actually supervises the staff below her, the 7 program managers. So I only supervise 8 people. Although they have a chain of command that I work under. Although what I in my office, I greet them with or shema. This is the same way I greet majority of you here. Decentralized programs. Open it was here in Window Rock. People from Loop had to drive all the way back here to Window Rock. And the day they had to drive to Shiprock. Tohajale and Alamo, they had to come to Gallup. Shamati Bakaya Hazanle Kaibito, they had to come all the way to Kayanta or to Tuba City. That's how, but we had offices there. Shamakaibato, the journal office, Adora Tohajaleto Alamo. So what we did with Lahib, you see, Navajo Financial Services, they're the ones that help people. Burial assistant, the Chiz Tobe Besa, Conward, putting them back at those offices, back to Delcom, back to Ganado, Alamo, Tohajale, and Aneth, and then Hart Rock, Kaibito. So part of our decentralization is just that. Kombe the beso do na nishibet yo nipinti aden daldish kote tsaga hot zandisha it in yes khan that is nil. Es khan staff at ko de scha aliala ko e kon ni chit beta yilni. How I found out is also our community engagement, but the no chapters betkahi Hard Rock with Adane Ado Loop or Bird Springs, Talani Lake, Ado Alamo, Tuhajale. So those are the chapters that we're visiting. We're actually talking to the staff, also the people, chapter officials, council delegates. Chinli, we had a good meeting. Chinli, the Shinantabit. We really had a good discussion on what trauma really does to us. Trauma, how we deal with that. So that's part of our issue. So our top priority, one of my goals is putting trauma-informed government into our administration, social services, and through the Naa'bik'iyati action plan that we're part of, solidified, or at least for the whole Navajo Nation. It's going to take time for us to all become trauma-informed. Chapters our community engagement, that's how we're working with them. Although the Naa'bik'iyati action plan is we have a meeting coming up on April 4th and 5th. April 4th will be on Zoom, and the 5th will be the work group meeting. So it'll be at Twin Arrows Casino Resort. It's education, trauma, suicide, substance abuse prevention, capacity building, and MMIP, missing murder, the Nay relatives. Those are topics that we're working on. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Johnson and Mr. Thomas Cody. Next in queue for questions, we have Madam Chair Brenda Jesus.
Good afternoon, Ado Nana Ada Hiha, Madam Speaker Curly Shadeja, and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I just want to thank the sponsor, Vice Chair Johnson, and also to Mr. Thomas Cody for coming here before NABI for confirmation as a Division Director for Social Services. First, I'd like to commend you on your strategy or methodology in having to really come back down to the core of any organization in terms of what you would call it restructuring. And one of the things that I've learned being in the upper management realm of any organization or department is the key variables in any organization to happen is always having your employees, at the forefront of any changes or just having that open communication. And I know that with your predecessor, that there has been, some concerns where a lot of the staff were being neglected as employees. And I'm really glad that, you're gaining the trust of the division employees with all the departments that are under Division of Social Services. And really taking the concept back to decentralizing a lot of these services. And one thing that I just also wanted to just say is that I'm sure that a lot of these employees have been there with the division for so long, and some of them have really great recommendations or inputs, and I often really allow, first line workers its input, even, the young ladies or the young men that are just now, coming into the workforce, taking messages or receiving the calls or greeting the general public. and allowing their input or recommendation in on these sort of tasks that are outlined for these departments or even the overall division. Hopefully going forward, one of your other strategy is to really analyze through the strategic session approach and identifying the SWOT analysis, and based off of that going into the SMART method and understanding which short terms and long term goals would be attainable. So it sounds like you are on the right track, and it's really great to hear that you've really have put the staff back at the forefront in making these decisions. From the prior administration, and I'm really glad that you've seen that and you've noticed that. And with just that, my colleagues here had mentioned there's so many individuals across the Navajo Nation that need services, from infants to our elder population. And I'm really glad that, information dissemination through any social media platform would be very imperative, to get everyone re-engaged with social services out there, because I really hadn't heard anything, and with that, a lot of these services will be given back to our constituents. So with that, I thank you again for taking that position to want to come back to the Navajo Nation and really put social services back at the forefront for our constituents, and then also to regain their trust, because oftentimes, they voice a lot of their concerns, I understand now, on social media, but how do we change that culture? How do we change that environment? And it all starts with each of us, and then even your employees. So just that positive atmosphere and the positive attitude that you have for your staff, it's really awesome. So I just want to commend you on that, and also commend all the staff under Division of Social Services for being with the Navajo Nation as a governmental employee this long. And your hard work doesn't go unnoticed. Maybe as leadership, oftentimes we don't recognize it, but in the back of our minds, with just everything happening with meetings and reporting and whatnot, we often, may not say it or put it out in writing. But I wanted to verbally make that known to all your staff there under Division of Social Services and to yourself. So, and I look forward to working with you, Mr. Cody. And Madam Speaker, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jesus. Next in queue, we have Honorable Shauna Entlaw.
Thank you, do ahihet, ado hashanet shana, jano bekunzi do yat ahigi nahansis case. And I want to thank you for being here with the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I really appreciate the social media flyers that you sent out to our community. And as Mr. Cody stated, they came to Chinle on March 6th. And during that time, we had elders that were sitting there, which was really just heartfelt. The discussions they had, some of them were experiencing trauma within their home. As we know, we have a lot of social ills on the Navajo Nation, and which ranges all the way to sometimes financial abuse, verbal abuse. So those were some of the concerns that we discussed. The other thing was that all of the supervisors were in attendance and from the departments, and they were there to speak with the people afterwards. And I think the community really appreciated that. They were engaged in it, and we literally had to be chased out of the chapter house because we were just sitting there, just joining in that wonderful discussion. But Mr. Cody, some of the things I did bring to your attention during that time was, my concern is we hear from a lot of our Navajo Nation employees, and especially with social service, My concern is that we create some self-care programs for our own Navajo Nation employees because they're going through burnout. So, and just being there in the chapter house for a few hours, you could feel all of that burden, the emotional burden from the families. And I know that our workers deal with that. They take it home. And then also, my brother, Dr. Nez, he's always talking about culture and maybe incorporating ceremony and, you know, whatever spiritual healing programs or even church programs. Those are all good, faith-based. So just taking that into consideration for our employees. And then I think that was probably the first time ever that I've had a division director come out to my community and sit there with everyone, and just that very hospitable, non-hostile environment, and how the doors were open to the public, and then also sharing your contact information. And I think if you continue that periodically, you know, then people know they have someone to trust. And when I think about all of the departments and divisions within the Navajo Nation, I really feel that social service is the heart of the Navajo Nation, because they deal with all the way from children to elders. And so that's one of the great things. And I know many of our service providers in the Chinle and the local communities there. I know they're wonderful people. They're always there before 8, after 5, in the weekends. And I'm sure that's the case all across the Navajo Nation. And I'm so thankful you said that you were a council delegate, because you know that we'll be looking forward to working with you on sponsoring some legislations that will come before us. And then also looking at your expertise. I hope that you'll have an open door policy to us if we do need some information, data to try to obtain some grants. Those are things that I would like to explore. Also, just thinking about, you know, right now there's a wonderful opportunity out there to rebuild and heal our Navajo Nation. As we see through this pandemic, a lot of families have homes that are broken up by either a loss of a family member, or they have just forgotten how to connect with. And that's one thing I really appreciate about you, is that you always promote that. You always greet us in that good, cordial way and very humble way. So I really appreciate that. And then to all of our social service programs, thank you for the work that they're doing. And the one good thing I do see that is changing with this division is also they are going mobile. They're going back into the communities. So I think that's a good change for our Navajo Nation. Before, people were trying to drive in and knock at the door, or they only get service through a window. But now I see that the workers are going back out into the communities. And I really hope that my colleagues here will look at some of the funding to where the operation, we're going to see that change. So if we do want to see change, we do have to support that in like vehicles and fuel, and so, but manageable to where you do see the end result. So I just want to say thank you to Shana for coming in and sitting here before us and introducing yourself, and then also just really putting your best foot forward and going out into the community. And so a lot of our community members, they do know you now, and thank you for the continual public service announcements. That is very important, especially when we're saying trauma-informed. And we as a council, we did talk about hosting a training for our council delegates on what it means to be trauma-informed, because there are issues that even we as delegates know that are sensitive and that we need to be respectful of. And so I think that with the training for all of our 25th would be great. And so we will be reaching out to you for that type of service too. So I just want to say that, and thank you, and then thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for bringing this legislation before us. Madam Chair Curley, and I'll turn it back over to you.
Honorable Shauna Ann Plow, for your questions and your comments. I'll turn the floor back over to the sponsor and the agent for the responses.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Shauna Claw and Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus. Thank you for your comments. And I'm going to go ahead and give it to Mr. Cody for his response. Thank you.
Shinanta, Madam Speaker, thank you for giving us the floor again. My response is to Shati Shane. I think I'm a little older than I'm a middle. When I first came to Navajo, I used to be the youngest person in the meeting. Now I'm like the middle age. So I think thank you for your confidence in me. Number one. Number two, as we're restructuring social services, moving services back out to the lowest level, that's part of the thing that we're working on. Is some staff have to drive from Ganado to here when they could easily work at the Ganado office. So that's simple things like that. We're working on. And then in my previous employer, Casey Family Programs, we helped the division develop the strategic plan. So that strategic plan is sitting there, and I shared it with the president's office. We're doing a strategic plan with the president's office too. So they're reviewing it, and then we're going to pick it back up after the president's strategic plan has been unveiled, and then we'll start working on our strategic plan. We took the staff, as a Casey employee, we took the staff through their strategic planning process. So I want to go back. I don't want to put that aside, because that's what we worked on with them, and we worked on with the staff at the lowest level. So that's what we have, a strategic plan that we're waiting on implementing. The other one is social service. We deal with the most vulnerable individuals on Navajo. And it's really saddening to see millions of dollars going back when there's needs out at the Hogan level. But it needs to go back out to the chapter level, the lowest level that we can get these monies to. I really want to help the Navajo people out there. Staff, of course, as administrator, as council delegates, you all know you can't satisfy everybody. You will always have that critic. And I know I have critics in that division already, just because I'm telling them, move the services back out. Why are the monies sitting here in Window Rock? Take them back out to the lowest level. So of course I'll have critics. I think I've been the delegate and a community leader long enough to know I won't be able to satisfy everybody. And somebody will complain about how we're doing services, but rest assured we're going to help those grandmas and those kids out at the local level. Thank you. I really enjoyed my time in Chinle. Prior to me leaving the Navajo Nation, that was one of my duties that the division director back then, Sharon Begay McCabe, gave me. Was I went out and I did Chinabe Hazani, the one that's on the books now. Ado, the Vulnerable Adult Protection Act, also known as the Doris Act. Ado Violence Against Families Act. Those were the three acts that I facilitated. I took that across Navajo. And then that's when I learned that getting the voice of the people helps because chapter babies, which is no, they'll bring up to their chapter officials, they'll bring up to their delegates. So by the time the delegates get out, that's how it was easy to get those 3 legislations through the process. So that's how I've worked, and I will continue to work like that. We have community engagements that are set. That will also be my report card, Shadeja, because I have a staffer that follows me, that goes with me. She's recording everything that we do there, words that are expressed by the elders. We're going to compile that in the report and submit it. Probably not until we're finished with all our community engagements. The next step, Shananta, after my confirmation, which I'm waiting on, is also bringing the staff together, visiting the local offices. That's what I'm going to do. Reach out to the staff at the lowest level. The ones that have to drive through the mud to get to their office. That's where I want to go. That's what we're planning a community, a staff get together. That's where I want. I would like to have 24 delegates there mingling with the division staff. We'll leave that open to you. We'll extend the invite to you. Let's see. Culture. I come from a Christian home. My mom, I hear my mom Phyllis praying for me late at night, early in the morning. That's part of the thing, the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and their Families. That's what I'm telling the new director, his name is Anthony Naa'bik'iyati. Let's really incorporate tradition, faith-based initiatives, a Native American church. We have to reach out. You're going to be the foundation when we start using trauma-informed government. Chapters that's where I think our biggest sale when we get to that level would be when we get back to the chapter level. My chapter is like that. It really needs help. Don't need social media. That's devastating to me to be a chapter in the community that's betrayed like that on social media. So that's where I want this trauma-informed organization concept to be adopted by council. And we'll work on that. The trauma-informed trainings, Amber Crotty, Delegate Crotty requested my former employer. So we brought delegates and your staff to Albuquerque, and we provided trauma-informed care. So Melissa Clyde from Casey Family Programs, we need to get the concept of trauma-informed initiative going on Navajo. So I'll reach back out to Casey Family Programs and have them do another training for the delegates and your staff. And it was a beautiful training that they did. I think you'll enjoy the training. Let's see, mobile, our grandmas and grandpas shouldn't be coming all the way from Hard Rock Pinyon and sitting outside my office at 7:30 in the morning. And I've had that happen. I have a true story. I even have pictures. That's what I want to change. We have vehicles, we have revenues, we have money to spend to go out there. And that's where it's one thing I want to pitch for is we need to allow our staff, when they leave Window Rock, to go out to Chinle, Kayenta, Tuba City. They need to be able to be allowed to use their P cards for lunch. Right now, our staff does this. When they're leaving here, we have to pack our sack lunches and then sometimes dinner if we're going to stay over. If we don't stay over 12 hours, we can't use our P cards. Or if we can't even buy coffee. So that's one thing that I said that it's simple things like that. I want to give the staff that incentive. If they're going to provide services out there, the nation also has to put trust in our staff. That's part of being trauma informed. It's number one. Number two, let's trust one another. That's what I want to work on with you and for you, for the Navajo people. Social service is the heart of the Navajo Nation. Speaker?
Mr. Cody, and also Honorable Johnson. Next in queue for questions, we have Honorable Ottoso.
Che, not no. I don't have any questions pertaining to your background and Vietnamsen in adon hilat shi kona hat khanike konda ni hilat Vietnamsen I do tha nas ne le da bi tha den khatin ya do at e khode na si than de bishma sa an ni tlini so you served once as a council. And at the same time, you help the to initiate the 638 for Winslow Indian Health Services, the transition to the to move forth with the 638 contract. I'm sold. My vote's green, and I'm not gonna go on and nitpick about this and that, but we all know that policy and little things need to be changed. And ahadit ada ayego naha agent naha nakapadin kash nahat anda kasto anad ni to hada til ito hada til net do adit ego ko ahot ego ko ikasta arot ani din lead na ate and then division directors don't even managers, department managers. Oh, there was one term that floated around. I was at community development, and this is the last administration. Anything beyond Second Mesa is too far for us, and this is coming from the tribal program that comes to us and tells us we need money to provide direct services. This is from the last administration. Edna, oh, what didn't ya? Ahunna la tatajet na le de apiyake ni the Naa'bik'iyati banzad la. How can we accommodate them? Onani zin. But again, that was the plan from the administration. And I need and later don't data. And I really hope that under your direction of the program that you get those managers out there to see one-on-one what's going on. There's a lady that reached out to me 2 days ago. And actually Monday, she said she works for a program that provides family services to the Navajo people and works in the Western Agency. And she said that we were subjected to not getting paid because the contract was not signed by the last administration. And sign off what they left. The last administration did not fulfill, and they finally signed that contract off after the budget seasons. But the back pay, back pay, not neta. And that's one of my constituents from Tuba City. And Adi Khalid, na ndash nishto. Khalid ala atobach na alyedansen If that's going on in Tuba City, that tells you that a family service worker in Chin Lee or Fort Defiance and Shiprock and Crown Point and Fort, cause they haven't get their back pay yet. If legislation needs to be dropped just for that amount of the back pay, I think we owe them the amount of services that they provided to the nation. And then along those lines, I think that program runs into that every year, and it's just due to the contract timing. And I think that in the comprehensive budget, maybe some sort of language that needs to be put in there so that you can request for that additional funds to carry that offset, so that that period when the contracts are still in the negotiations stages, that we have tribal dollars in place so that we can pay them. And then that way, when these federal dollars come in, we can insert into the comprehensive budget that this federal program will reimburse the nation for that amount, because we're picking up the costs and even I think that we really need to tackle that issue down, because we shouldn't be doing that. Once that federal consultation happens, the nation should be on the ground running and trying to get these contracts in place so that our employees are not subjected to that. The other is that I'm not too sure how COLA is addressed for them, because I know that the nation approves, it's not Coca-Cola, didn't it? Cost of living adjustments. Approved, it's granted for them also, but it depends on the dollars that come in. And I think that the other take is that if we can't make set aside the offsets of the cost of living increase for them from the federal contract, we need to get that amount from the general funds, because it's not fair. Last year, FY23 budget, we did a 5% COLA increase across the board, and I'm worried about those 630 those contracts that were the employees that work under the federal contracts, and they're not subjected to it, and just to make things easier for them. The other program that was like that was Navajo Head Start program. I understand that Head Start has not gotten their COLA yet too. So ina kis kana kwa arabana this kid and kodo Head Start ni nahas town, and those are Navajo employees too, but they're working with federal dollars. Somewhere we have to make those adjustments for COLA. I support you, and I really appreciate you applying for the position. You are well qualified. I can't say any more, but just try to do your best. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable So. Next in queue, we have Honorable Chair Vince James via Zoom. If you're still on Zoom, you have the floor.
Yeah, Nana, Speaker, Ado, Chat Kahasti, Shinat Atno, Senigito, Isnot Nagi, Akia, Ado, Shinada Kodo, the Honorable So, Anita Hat, Zistoko. Wala she ato, the Nene Yost, Gaton Geost, is Niniki Ato, Okonao, East Seho, Ahis Nin, Yehanat Zehakoid, Ashi, Ahis Neshashi. Nde, Yat Echo, Mr. Cody, Ado, Kodo, Satsui, Honorable Don Johnson, Atana Tashneya, Honorable Jackson, Tashnina, Ishin Khadi, Kisa, Honorable Jesus, Tashin, Oyo, was Yapushi Lane. Okoyat, Eko, Paikid, for those Betana, did I can hit that on North South, the Eko. So, the Kodo Division Director, Cody, Ako, the Dita, Ndeje, Ganado, has Anje, the Kanke, has Anje Hanaste. Ako da Arch Social Service Betrayal Sezon at the Quishina Ko. O social service betrayal no na social service staff and the oye that ko. O Arch in that o Hashin da bit Doyanda does ne Nasa Nato facilities now for nation facility office the oyo otahos de Argent. Hadan ne hosta og in the elki hoyana khaiko khaishin bikin no the kuishina khaidronde is social service adonana facility department do be now whole nation just go oink in no again ado bantas or do not in they things that no hat aba yaki ko hahoda the Ganado chapter that Jono but seeing is a Zenako. Ako Nasa da doyo Nas also dot not showing the Arden Jada, not Jada Kahodabana as they hako. How she he can not Jahana not Zin Shan. The Hoju, but the A not does dot Zin Stone, Jono the understood lethal. Hoishin he came hit the end the Niki Hawan, you didn't the name don't it at Jolly, not Diago. Order wins on Sahaki and the Ako. Hola, Ada Zaha, this for the A Ben dish asked so for. Ada the Nacha Hadid things upon. What are it not Nalado, or what are it? As ended Ahobane called at the Kushina, not face the Ako. Ako ashonde nacha hadid things ako hot ba na itish ako adonana na kikona ya lida ni hedana andani aja benina ni jahat dishken ni jahat dishken do benina biga han hitten ni then de be hanana sito de nacha ni deniki the Indonesia and the Hakako art has aniki put out ko ni the net all you done this then they ko ajit base the bus in the 2,500 bus in the ko social service packet no that net kine ka he they had no konana the end na nothing about he they had no the be hard the ko Ado da shi da ad never yada yada here. Social service package shindo de archi age of bay ado binias ella ado the eto shadows but the international so the base of binias seneto de Angel Hadat, Ehito Datan, Kite Ashin Hanan Plation upon Hashit Ashin hit the Ani, Asadon da de Hosado, Donanish, Liniki, Bananis, the Hodon, the Stoko, oh, one day in the East Hado, that card, but how Ako Hadat, Ehiki, or what up, Ado the Ebbe, the Whiskey, what are ya that. There ako Asian socket about an unpleasant ako touch it if I need the hoko acquire the 24th down nation council than I see Tanet not it Jepa had it that Jepa Hanas the ho or could abus your whole Gigi a day had out never change the not a 2,000 ben he can't hold what in the coach day ya they had seen to change your hold at the near 3,000 4,000 2,000 I think yeah how does it need Da konia da then he caught did was she based on some unended no da. Ahot abish je hard the ha tane ado base of the hardest shit dan this ni hoda not the oil shit not that teach for hard space or doesn't so yeah that shit no hot abish ya na tit of course na hot he ate and did it anza das jo the onda asho no stamp but even the name no stamp contact that ko base or given na ko hot asa kita honito hot asa ya able to the height now became the negi not a conde the ako quite got be had this ako ad asa don't have a yan kito asa toda hot art neidan the ne and then the shit asa told the negi abe with fire hot eto this to put stoko asa he got it not chase so in down the shit dot ahead us stoko. If they want to just get the 2,000, have that program going, then adopt the second program to where if the family just wants the 2,500, have that program going at the same time. But iba has tito lis, ihaha konzago shishin oko adoshin kododam nane distortion, nane distortion, and dash need of catch of that out of yada de for Sarge ani the other man Saki Stobe has taught the Higi in on the need but I has stated on this yeah speaker thank you
Vice Chair Vince James, or Chair Vince James yet. Correction, although Kodo will give the floor back to the legislation sponsor, Mr. Johnson, for your responses.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman Vince James. I'll go ahead and let my Mr. Cody respond to that.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the floor again. Thank you for your confidence. I think because I've done policy and code revisions and also developed codes, I was tasked with the Human Resource Director to revamp the Personal Policies Manual. We have a team from Social Service, my deputy, and then the Human Resource Director's deputy are leading a team to go through the Personal Policies Manual. So that's one big thing that we're, when it comes to policy changes, we're working on. One thing that we've already dropped, and we just got some responses from DOJ, is the background check. The background check, hopefully, Shamado will go before oversight. Chair James, it'll go before Health Committee. I'm thinking within the next 2 weeks, because we just need to provide some responses to DOJ, and then it'll come over to legislative. Of course, those background checks, what we're doing is you can hire individuals, not for social workers, people at the chapter level, people that are do not have direct contacts with vulnerable kids, adults. Let's hire the maintenance workers, the laborers, the hire that while they're going through the background checks. If there's something that happens that shows up, it's already in your Navajo Nation application, employment application. At the very end, when you sign, it says, if anything shows up, you will be automatically relieved of your duties. That's already in there, so that won't need to change. So, Mr. Tolf, you'll be getting that the document soon to start the process of changing the background checks. The managers, some of our managers have never gone past Window Rock, and some have, but some of the majority of them haven't. So that's what I'm doing, is we're going back out to the chapter level, talking to the community. They are also talking to their staff and to the community and their consumers. That's how our community involvement activity is working. Family services. When I came January 11th, there were some people that weren't paid. 6 pay periods. There was a lady in Dalcon, at the same time, you chuckle. I hadn't gotten paid for 6 pay periods. And Christmas. So those are the information that I'm getting, that I deal with. Last week, one of the things that we dealt with was there's the ICWA program. Their checks were impacted. So the contracts from last year, yeah, we're catching up. So once I catch up, I will tell the oversight committee, that will be my responsibility of how, if something happens next year around this time, it's my responsibility. The previous administration were playing catch up. Even these monies that went back, it shouldn't have gone back if the previous administration had done their jobs. The background, the COLAs, that again, now is a good time to increase salaries and also do the COLAs. We have a lot of vacant positions. So now there's monies available to do salary increases across the whole Navajo Nation. This morning I met with the president because I was coming here. He asked me, salary increases, how far are you? I said, we're working on it. So he also knows now is the perfect time to increase the salaries of staff. Our cooks make $7 an hour. And across the street at Burger King, they make $12, $15 an hour. So that's what my task is. That's what I say, I'll help you. I really want to increase the salary of the staff. Not only social services, it has to be across the board for all Navajo Nation. As delegates, as legislators, help us from the president's office. Once the president sets his initiative and moving, we really need to improve the salary scale. When I left Navajo, I found out I was only making $22 an hour when I left Navajo. When I got the Casey Family Programs in Denver, Colorado, my first check was almost 4 times the amount that I was getting paid here on Navajo. So that's why we're losing good quality people such as myself. No, good quality people, that's why we're losing them. They rather work some. No, that's what Debbie Manuel, Nez Manuel and I are working on, is getting the staff, the personnel policies, address the salary increases, additional funds. I welcome that to cover the shortage when there's a in-between contracts. Aishi will, if you like to, with the blessing of Chair James, we can also do a legislation for funding as we move forward. Chair James, thank you, and also thank you for always talking with me. Just being there for me when I go before oversight. And Ganado trailer, I went out to the Ganado office. There's an office building there. That was okay. So I'm thinking you're talking about a different trailer, but we'll meet offline. I will make an appointment with you, and we'll address that. If it's an old trailer that needs to be moved, we will move it for you as soon as OOC will allow me to get a contract in place with a mover. That's how soon I can get it, as soon as OOC can do that for me. Burial assistance, it's currently set at $2,500. We can go back to the funding source and say, hey, it costs us more than $2,500 to bury a loved one. That's going to be number one. I will do that for you, Shinanta. Number two, I think the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Nation also needs to give us a pot of money to also to provide burial assistance. I don't know what the president will say, but that's going to be my ask. I'll tell him later. I always said, you do something, then you get slapped, but it's easier to beg for forgiveness. So I will ask for that, is to get additional funds for burial assistance. That's what I will cover with you. Madam Speaker?
You had Mr. Thomas Cody and also Vice Chair Johnson. Next in queue, we have Shiaj Honorable Herman Daniels via Zoom. If you're still on call, you have the floor. Honorable Daniels?
Madam Chair, here I could the Naa'bik'iyati committee, I staff. I wanted to say thank you to the staff on the great house. I did that on Kinaha's party. Not so the shade at the evening. The AIC Office of Legislative Services, Bonana, Office of Legislative Counsel. Thank you. I don't put on a great but all not for Satan, I did not for Ecuador. It's Ash, Honorable Johnson, Vice Chair Johnson. Thank you for bringing this legislation before Naa'bik'iyati. And this legislation is destined for Navajo Nation Council. It's in a very that though the third week of April, spring session days, Neko, Lechiko. Arishing Hitana, Skin, or less. It is to my head, the Koto. Other in the Koto. Mr. Cody, Honorable Cody. I think he had Kodota. I hear the honey, the Nikon, great Western Agency. Just a lot of critical in I announced in the court. I don't know. Western Naval Agency Council Chair, or I don't know, down the court. We don't know the only can tell you long here. I think so in we also hold usual. I don't know this out, and I don't know the question is non-chin. Kodo, 80 เป็นมาชิโนโคโดโอเป็นเป็นเคสในสตีโคโดในเรื่อง legislation ที่วันที่จะตัวในสิโคโคโดในเรื่องเรื่องอันนั้นในคลินิกนั่นสิคลินิกว่าตั้งแต่ในเรื่อง every training meeting every chapter meeting ในเรื่องได้เลย at the chapter level I don't much report and they going on a written report nowadays. We leave our cell number, going on contact information, email work number out of a car button days in Mexico, which is a medical. I don't know in Mexico, I think and that is even Mexico, he's called AIC Shackle. I call the way of the Shabasha. Equator, I see Shabba the fish, he's called the way not for Trutzy, Ajadam, Banana Sea of the Naho, Karen the Gay, Shadda, Shackle. I see Equator, the Jadami physical, not only clinic. This one for Anna, and the way down. He came, Linda, I think that is good. I don't know, I don't know, yeah, what's happening at all. da passes ko baba ya just so ko ani ko do ya ko do se di ni ko aro ko do na da sutta so ko do sutta ai ke di na ko so samai di samander ke kan shin ko da go sutta an da ko do na da ko do di na ko na na ni ai ki do go and how to my colleague the creative and the division of social services in Michigan the Yarona in Niche I call Ali what and Ray that Ade Maray Kojeta Jena Hamel Akoja one Jeko Ray to Ligipe Jena Hamel upward on the northwestern side of the reservation along the San Juan River. The Robert has only plenty of Bahuis, the Doy asked for a husband. That is Kari, you should have not a Sokodo, a coconut has on the area how at the Kodo, net on the bed that the bacon dark. I don't know if it's cheap that the total boy has made a show. What on have got Ecuador? I don't know if Ecuador, yeah, go a baby, a or did an Akinache. COVID-19. Either the Nakinache dog at the out of the law or the Soko, Nakidona Ashmeda because I'm a Sako. The Koari horse to get the man Limigi. Nareda Josephine. Nareda funeral home to that ego as a yell Josephine. The Coco Kedan age of the Scotch Miller. Age out the net dash in there, about when you think of going down your shot dash in there, Hoskeda, the man would be out there. The edge of the your dash, the edge of shot a dash in there, or can they see the oil later? The rate goes at the ray and non limity as hard to the gun. So I the day was each days for the day is a thing clean for the cocoa and the cemetery that I look at a cocoa. I am not by just I am not and the but the Kaida even now by a skip a cocoa Codona later, crashing cocoa a the division of social service crashing for the later. They saw a fun nutty. This one for only Trinity, a Codonchi and Trinity as it shows. Powerful what it's in a way as a paper. Yeah, and that's what in a way that would go. There's some careful is the agatory as you measure what 2,500. So that's what I've done. I got 2,500 or ADD. Or that elder share, Baba, Yanadi, Kiko, but not the Snilly. The gray couldn't have odd. Koyata, the Biba, Snilly, Trakin, Hamas, other Snilly. The way I for nature was dead. Out of that, Mr. I believe came to the echo. I don't know nothing about any don't have a bit for nothing. He laid there to be like a bit of Yin, or be like that play. So that every year then that on the stone on the bed on it, the fish out of that on me. That echo focus with the other initially all the programs. What echo? Could also say the hard the delegate office for the hard read it then that day or less. It had a create or less no yard, no yard, the program. I don't say it on the house, I don't know Yahat vehicle. I agree with him, ADT, Diego. A cocoa could a cocoa. When we do confirmation, the grade confirm it of this a Hodan making. And how to say it over Hayo, and a call. A whole man look up for you, could also die. I see them. That is the stone on a program. The late champion had I don't know I think it had a Karegi has Neko. But on should that is nature. di na khije ko area ti bana os kha to de ko ko ashna ja ajo da ta te ti so ko ko na veida ti ajo shna ta hatla gi ta e bata te so hada ta da shi ye ga ta bi na so ado nana na veida youth haje e hote na veida ikwa Indian Child Welfare Act e da hada e ko ta ai ti te kishin da bi na so ho di de ko ka na veida shna da hatla ko na veida cho na veida kai shi ko veida ha ta da e da ta ha ba da ya ko ko e an shi ko da ka shi ne就这一些现在的是那说是不会去那把是那的，规划是说那些，那这按理就弄，他那把就做110 chapters, 400,000 plus， 把是意思，就他把要就是意思，我打这个那个一个是呢，按些，也按些的可多的，按照多是哈的他把它海洋呢。我大概都要说的，我大概在现在的，我一个地的，哦，一点一把哈，地多的，这个都拿了可多，我把那一起看过的，那有那弄创业，一那个的，一年可多也是可多那个的，现好那安的可的，那个我些，可多那是都那是七类的，by the way gap, Peter Ridge. In the very down. None of us on the Cameron. Say, I see them and can't down it. Who did that? Out in the very down. The chair go and they still get out of soap. The rate of 12 at night in the Havana dark side. The noise I go out and measure. Of course, that's evil. I mean, I don't know. Could he stop it? The house out equity. Or any of us people that go actually could eat. Kishin da huis ne to les kodo kishin da huis no kishin da dis ne kodo da so da kodo so Cody honorable Cody kodo oda da cha people honorable Johnson kodo so kodo at least ya kodo legislation the top east from the ko ide ya to ko ba people kodo Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Shahat Shiaj, Honorable Daniels. Ado kune bana asoigi, we have Honorable Autoso.
You really talked about one thing that really caught my attention is these Mr. Vince James, and you just hit the nail. See بتلاحظ الكاح بتلاقي الكاح سن دنسنا دي ده واشنطن عجبه باني تلهجي داشين صعيد أني سأ نتكودي وكو نن لنيجي نخي خيط وكوش نا دا بلخوتها بلخوتها إيهم خيط أبكايتشا قد يجو سهات أولتا قد يجانشي I am traditional and I live the Navajo way of life. That concept, because when you look at it, the people is living the way how the Western the Western government has colonized us. Heater ni can't live without a heater. This is what it is. So what I'm saying is that idea of what does the Navajo Nation have to bring to the table. Thank you very much, heaters. But yad linige khalid ala isa pandit nabalach. Maybe we have carpenters. maybe digi ta hadit ada bohot an he the never Washington niki did never ispi ta hat niki the an he in it go a so she ba hot about 4 years ago there was a lady that runs the flower shop here, and she sells caskets also. And she asked the nation, can you utilize, let's work together and utilize my business activity to purchase caskets so that we could sell caskets at a lower cost. The nation can buy it and we can give it to them. Let's work together. No. At the time, the Division of Community of Social Service said, no, we can't. We can't. And it didn't hit all, so he said, no, can't. Alcohol, that was a really good initiative to utilize a business, Navajo business is licensed to purchase these things, because to build a casket, it has to be built to specs. I don't know, but has any but na hadil inge do odal ne kisahot adal do odol ne hol ida even na go. There is a good proposal that was brought over, and the last administration just pushed it down, took it down. Adeya, that cost of the casket is, I guess they charge our people a lot of funding for it. I funded my late uncle's services, and just what he wanted. And he didn't want anything fancy. And these are just biodegradable boxes. It's basically a paper box, cardboard box. That thing was almost $4,000. I just shook my head, and I didn't want to go back and look at the nation. I took that upon myself. I think that this administration, could really move to try to take care of a lot of these issues, but the other component is beso in his bahas and de height ego gosh his indeed nisho baben nacha job and dahdi na the shnini yat nain lede chon that is in his halit eon hinant an nakhada hwe jan shbi gahan hit that ninde could which not ani ahya could khaish nan led na gan hit that ninde. This is our job here, the interest of the Navajo people. And just off of numbers, she gave me some numbers that the average Navajo from each service unit a week, one person perishes every week from each service unit. You times that times 4. Then, or correction, time the service units that we have. And then you times that times 4. And then you times that times 12. That is the average death rate we have on the Navajo Nation. And I see, yeah, what answers is case. You see it on social media, you see it on signs, you see it at the store, at the jars, the donation bananas in it. Kalit ala ya yalti lashin shi win zinde. This is reality. The nashach erat. La abat khaid, la sneak, la abat khaid, la la to bandan tada. A coin khata hatil neho de khate. Eva yashti. Nash ant a kehit out. Don't hit nahas anis don't ladies the hot. Even Nahahuns and a Tabahis, the Yego Nahahuns. That's the main thing. Not only the Huahuns and go then, oh, lao, there's ink. Now it is everyday thing done, isn't it? Even now, not a bit as I wish. No, here, none which that in Yado. I see a hadit elder codo, a kitchen that is nesto, the other lad about Otto, other lad nahat, yard beach in that old Nishiki ate Banson case of she that is Nisot. I know Kodoshi Nant Ashin Ali, I hot neda as do Jashi. I said, I did, dog kid on it. Lady, Nenige, bitch, and now I chin da hot. Chin a job to Yajist. Joe, nothing. I don't add. Joe be a host. We are just ah. To which is the was so big a hatch of it. They hatch indeed out. Not our bounds. She yet not killed Abia host. And you now she's kiddo cat. In the Kodeyat eho kodo at Nen lingo at Yasho. As twist neo, but denona ash. I see bad that Oyego bees, she cat. Go what ever go. Even now, what abe be a stick. I don't add. Can live it on Nick, shall change every yashti. I late Alana change a hind Z. How want oh has how want old neck a chip a hatch a yard, didot, a the and a hot and tino, Anna hot and tino, a hot, hot. And if you're set in your way where you cannot be told something to improve yourself, it's useless. Oh, what honest is even not all. Over Ilanat Anich Leho. Yajiniki, Yajiniki. Late, bunch of Gahidot art and not Annie. Nana just honey ade pape, babbage and dies a pepan to the case of ade, don't net cohort. Even now, Jay had needs the Toya teeth. She yard, she not nishi the hot needed from the whoever's viewing. But these are everyday things that impact our people. The other is that we have to make a trip to the federal government and to try to increase these funds, these federal dollars, whether they are, if we could link them to treaty obligations to increase these dollars. Oh, ayudo chot, Kaya ni gadaji jis go ado oban siskiso ado ada Washington ade na pita ni kido ko abe bebe on sisi kiso to o hota station ado ikha
Shitsui, Honorable So. And we do not have anyone else. Correction, we do have Honorable Herman Daniels in the queue. So we'll go ahead and allow Honorable Daniels, and then we'll turn it back over to our sponsor. Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
I already spoke. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. We will go ahead and turn it back over to our sponsor, Vice Chair Johnson.
Kehe, Pro Tem Speaker Shauna Claw, thank you for that. Kehe, Honorable Herman Daniel, Honorable Otto So, thank you for your comments. And I'll go ahead and have Mr. Cody say his closing remarks. Just want to thank everybody for your time, your patience in today's session. Yeah.
Ik ga Pro Tem Chair Claw. Thanks for allowing me the floor again to address the Navajo Nation Council. Ik ga I was told that you have to follow through. Western Navajo Agency Council President, I chaired the I was the chair for the all 18 chapters in Western Agency, and that was a great learning experience. Chairing a chapter meeting is totally different from chairing a group of leaders. So that's where I learned how to, I think, work both sides. Chapter people, but if it's leaders, delegates, chapter officials, because they'll ask questions, they'll take you this way and this way, but my mission was always to get them to at the very end of the agenda, and that's how I worked, even to the state. The area in Navajo Mountain, Ojeto, we're setting up meetings, the staff will reach out to you and Helena Naa'bik'iyati to set up those meetings. Just as we're doing other chapters. We have a new director. Her name is Chris Cynthia. She's been on every single call. She does a great job in advocating for the Navajo Nation. Although I agree, if the staff are listening, the council agrees with me that you should be at the local level. So I will reinforce that, and I'll encourage the staff to keep going out to the local level, going back to the field offices. Also, we can revisit that. If we go back to the funding source, the president is about creating jobs. And he also knows you have to spend money to create jobs. So we will work on that. I will reach back out to you and whoever you were working with. I had some reference letters. One from Dr. Sharon Begema Cape, who was the previous division director. A reference letter. And my managing director at Casey Family Programs, who I worked for the last 8 years, she was well aware that I was applying for the position with the new administration, and she wrote me a reference letter. The other one is one of the attorneys at Casey Family Programs that I currently that I worked with closely on numerous projects across Indian country. A reference letter. So that was put as part of the packet, but. It should be emailed to you according to Christine Lowe. So I truly appreciate your help, your vote, and I will help the Navajo people. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, or Pro Tem Chair.
Shana. We do have Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati in the queue. So, Deshade, go ahead. You have the floor.
Josh, I know you'll do a good job, a wonderful job. I know your mom, Lola. I know she taught you well, and I know how she worked with us and how I worked with her. And I know that you'll just be but you won't be as good as your mom, but I know you'll do good. Thank you.
Thank you, Shade. Okay, looking at the board, there is no one else in the queue. Last call. Anyone else? Going once, twice, 3 times? We'll go ahead and go to the board for the vote. Thank you, colleagues, and good job to all of us for getting this passed. So I will turn it back over to our Madam Speaker, Ms. Crystalline Curley.
Yeah, thank you, Shade. Honorable Shana Antla, for being pro temp during the time being. Ado kone ikihat non kitadeshni for our guests who are still here with us in the chambers. Next, we'll go to new business G, legislation 0026-23. Believe the co-sponsors will be presenting the legislation, so they are here within the chambers. Staff, could we read the legislation to the record?
Legislation number 0026-23, an act relating to the law and order, health, education, and human services, resource and development, budget and finance, and Naa'bik'iyati committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-35-18 as amended by CJA-03-21 to extend Sahasin funds reversion deadlines for all projects to 72 months. Sponsor is Honorable Danny Simpson. Co-sponsor is Honorable Helena Naa'bik'iyati. Co-sponsor Honorable Casey A. Johnson. Co-sponsor Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Co-sponsor Honorable Shundeen Parrish. This legislation was posted to a 5-day comment period beginning on February 22nd, 2023. This 5-day comment period ended on February 27, 2023. There was no comment supporting this legislation, no comments opposing this legislation, and there was no recommendations for this legislation. This legislation went before the Law and Order Committee on March 7, 2023, and it was a due pass with no amendment and referred to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee heard this legislation on March 8, 2023, and it was a due pass and forward to the Resource and Development Committee. The Resource and Development Committee heard this legislation on March 15, 2023. It was a due pass with no amendments, and it was referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. The Budget and Finance Committee heard this legislation on March 21st, 2023, and it failed without amendment. However, it was referred to the Naa'bik'iyati Committee. Navajo Nation Council is final authority on this legislation. Madam Chair.
Thank you, staff, for reading the legislation 0026-23 into the record. Comments, questions? I do see one in the queue. So we'll have our co-sponsors present the legislation. Honorable delegates, for the record, for the vote for legislation 0031-23, it's 17-0 with Honorable Dr. Andy Nez voting green via text. Do we have a motion on the floor for legislation 0026-23? We'll move forward first with the presentation, and we'll entertain a motion. We have one in the queue. All right, I guess there's no comments or questions. I believe that was a motion for Honorable Tolf, second by Honorable So. No, see no questions. Second call. Third call. Honorable colleagues calling for a vote. Staff, we do have a vote of 15 in favor, 1 opposed, and chair not voting. This legislation moves forward to Navajo Nation Council. Honorable colleagues, there's a request to consider legislation 0032-23. I believe the sponsor is via Zoom. Oh, that's a correction, legislation 0030-23. We do have the sponsor calling in via Zoom. Staff, before a motion, we'll have the staff read into the record.
Legislation number 0030-23. An action relating to Naa'bik'iyati Committee and the Navajo Nation Council confirming the appointment of Justin Ahasteen as the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Washington Office. The sponsor is Honorable Amber Knazba-Crotty. This legislation was posted to the 5-day comment period on March 3rd, 2023, and the 5-day comment period ended March 8, 2023. There was 9 comments supporting this legislation. There was no comments opposing this legislation. There was 1 recommendation for this legislation. Navajo Nation Council is the final authority. Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. We do have a motion by Honorable So and second by Honorable Dr. Andinez. Comments, questions? We have a comment and question on the floor. We'll give time to Honorable Crotty for her presentation. Honorable Crotty.
Oh yeah, thank you, Shabisha. Chair Curley, I appreciate it. Naa'bik'iyati committee members, I apologize for missing this legislation when it was called on the agenda. Got caught up in some follow-up for a 164 review process. So we're hoping that will be digitized soon enough to get our projects through. With that being said, I am honored to sponsor this legislation to appoint, to confirm the appointment of Mr. Justin Ahasteen as the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Washington Office. You can look at Mr. Ahasteen's appointment letter, resume, and letter of intent at Exhibit B. Right now, I will yield any time over to Mr. Ahasteen where he can introduce himself, provide some background and history, the work that he's done with working with the council on high-level federal priorities, which include not only the budget priorities from the White House, looking at TVIC, looking at the crisis of our murdered Indigenous persons, helping our uranium miners when it comes to the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, the post-71 miners, and the downwinders. And in addition to navigating the federal government-to-government relationship, Mr. Ahasteen has also had a vast experience working with the Veterans Affairs Office in D.C., and so I appreciate his professionalism and the way he is able to navigate not only our business schedules as elected officials, but also working between all branches of the government. Shiaj, Mr. Ahasteen, I'll yield the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Yat A. She Justin Ahasteen Yanishia Ado Ne'enishliniki A. Belagana Nishlin Futsane Basis Chim Belagana Eta Shetse Nana Isani Eta Shanale Akut Ego de Ne'enishling Baogede de Nasha. I'd just like to first start off telling you a little bit about my background. I started my career in the public sector through my service in the U.S. Marine Corps, where I served as an 0111 personnel administrator. I started my training in San Diego, California California, then moving on to North Carolina, Jacksonville, where I was trained as an administrator, but I also received special orders to the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and served as a congressional affairs specialist, as well as a administrative non-commissioned officer in charge of managing the office functions of the Marine Corps Legislative Affairs Office. Part of those duties included processing and responding to different congressional inquiries or questions posed by members of Congress related to their constituent services, including tasking commands and investigating incidences or requiring commands to respond to investigative reports, then drafting a response to members of Congress to update them on a specific matter. I also assisted in developing the legislative campaign plan that instilled the legislative priorities of the Marine Corps, specifically for the Commandant of the Marine Corps, who is the commanding general that oversees all of the Marine Corps operations. We maintained professional relationships with our members of Congress as well as their staff, working on different areas to provide support to our military operations within the United States as well as outside the continental United States and overseas. And I also worked on provisions within the National Defense Authorization Act. During my time within the military, I've always strived to go above and beyond the minimum requirements, and I was committed to trying to improve the communities that I served in, but also lived in. And this led me to receive 3 different awards. First is the Presidential Volunteer Service Award with Silver Distinction, which was granted by President Obama, as well as the American Legion Spirit of Service Award, which is an award that is only provided to one member of each branch of the armed forces, as well as the United Service Organization Service Member of the Year Award. Again, this award is only provided to one member of each of the armed forces. After my military service, I was discharged honorably, and I moved back home to Arizona, where I worked for a corporate law firm in Arizona, managing their IT department's budget and supporting the chief information and chief financial officers. The budget that I managed was over $5 million, and one thing that I think I took away from that was being able to develop accountability processes to protect the financial interest of our company, making sure that there were processes in place, because they had things like not even having a purchase ordering workflow process in place, so there wasn't any accountability. I was also able to work with the city of Denver in order to save the company some substantial amount of money from their property tax. But even after all of that work, I didn't get the same thrill out of it as I did with my military service, because I felt like I wasn't making a profound impact on my community. So I decided to leave the firm after 2 years to get more involved with the community. And I joined Valleywise Health, which was previously known as the Maricopa Integrated Health Systems, which is a public safety net hospital system within Maricopa County, which aimed to provide care to underserved or underrepresented communities. I supported the Chief Executive Officer of the Federally Qualified Health System for the Valleywise Health System, focusing on providing access to healthcare services for low-income communities, in which we were successful in opening 3 additional facilities during my time there. I also assisted the organization in preparing for federal audits and reviews by the Health Resources and Services Administration, also assisting in grant writing functions, which resulted in a $17 million grant received under the American Rescue Plan Act. After that, I did move to New Jersey, and I worked for a private hospital firm for roughly 6 months on a contract supporting their chief risk officer, processing insurance verification claims. But again, I didn't get the same feeling of making the impact to the community, so I began looking for other positions, and I found a position with the Navajo Nation Washington office, which I applied for and did receive. So I relocated to Washington, D.C., and for the Navajo Nation Washington office, I managed the Health, Social Services, Veteran Affairs, Road Transportation Infrastructure, Public Safety, Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation, and the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act portfolios. Some of the work that I've been doing specifically on O'Neill and Rika is advocating for field hearings so we can further understand the impact that the actions of the federal government had had on our people. With RICA, we were successful in getting published into several newspapers and magazines. We developed a campaign and brought uranium miners down. I worked with some nonprofit groups to secure some funding through grants so that they could come down and share their stories to our members of Congress, while also working with different nonprofits on moving forward the RICA amendment of 2021, HR 5338. For the Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation, we have been continuing to push for a commissioner to be appointed to oversee the ONER program. For the public safety portfolio, I've been working with the U.S. Department of Justice on ensuring that we are equipping our police officers and improving our public safety systems, that they have the adequate resources in order to prevent missing and murdered Indigenous people, and working strongly with Delegate Crotty and her team for the missing and murdered Diné relatives. From there, I was appointed by President Nygren on January 10th to serve as the executive director. And I'd just like to say that I believe some of the passion that I have for my community engagement or wanting to enhance the communities that I'm in kind of stem from my own personal experiences growing up within the Navajo Nation. I was part of the foster care system. I did not know my birth parents, or at least I was too young to remember them. And I went from foster home to foster home before they realized that I was Native American. And they ended up locating an aunt of mine, who I call my mother today. But moving to the reservation, you know, we experienced some of the hardships that our people face, including lack of access to running water, which we were able to get now, but, you know, growing up, there wasn't any access to water. The transportation barriers that existed, you know, prevented me from enjoying any extracurricular events or sports. So I was really focused on my academics and making sure that I had a pathway to not only leave the reservation, but to return with a set of skills that I could use to help benefit our communities. I've experienced the hardships of living on rationed food, not being able to have enough food until, you know, our monthly trips to the supermarket, and then spreading that out over the next 30 days until our next Social Security, or at least my mother's Social Security check came in. But despite all of that, I feel like I was able to overcome a lot of those barriers and a lot of those hardships, and I attribute a lot of that to the teachings of my Che and my Masana. My Che was a father figure in my life. Because of the absence of my parents, he was the one that taught me the value of the little things, chopping wood, taking care of livestock, working through the winters. And, you know, he also taught me some of the teachings because he was a medicine man. So I feel like a lot of that has contributed to the success that I've had thus far. And I want to be a beacon of light for some of our younger folks back home who, you know, can see a perfect example of what you can achieve and not be so down. So a little bit about my education. I am a graduate of Rio Salado Community College with an associate's in general studies and public administration. I have a bachelor's from Northern Arizona University in justice studies and a minor in public administration, and currently a master's candidate at American Public University for a master's in public administration. I have a certification from the U.S. Department of Labor in administrative and office management, and a certification from the International Association of Administrative Professionals. As your executive director, you have my commitment to enhance and develop a strong relationships with the entire Navajo Nation government so that we may all work collectively towards a common goal. And I plan to accomplish this by incorporating some of the skills and traits that I've learned within the military that revolve around some of the 14 leadership principles that are instilled in every Marine non-commissioned officer, which includes justice, being fair and consistent in all of my decisions, judgment, being able to think clearly and calmly to make good decisions, dependability, to be reliable and consistently putting forth my best effort, initiative, taking action to meet new and unexpected situations through resourceful methods, decisiveness, making good decisions without delay, tact, being polite, calm, and firm to maintain good relationships with everyone I encounter, integrity, being honest and truthful in everything that I do and putting the needs of the Navajo people before my own, having the enthusiasm, having interest and optimism in the performance of my daily duties, having bearing to carry myself with alertness, competence, confidence, and control, being unselfish and considerate of others and sacrificing my comfort for the benefit and welfare of others, having the courage to remain calm and having the moral courage to stand up for what is right, having the knowledge, knowing my role, the impact that it has on our people and keeping up with the revolving changes, having loyalty, being devoted to the mission, the purpose, the cause, and of course, our great Navajo Nation, and having the endurance, having the mental and physical stamina to conduct this job in the most effective way possible. I look forward to working with each member of the 25th Navajo Nation Council to advance the priorities of the Navajo Nation and to work towards getting for our people with the basic services that they so desperately deserve, which remains President Niagara's priority. I thank you for the time and consideration, and I stand ready for any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hosteen. First in queue for comments and questions, we have Honorable George Toll.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, my colleagues here in the chamber and on the line, people listening also. Mr. Hosteen, you have a lot of good credential, so and depending on you. We had some, I met with some staff back in December about Washington office. Some of the concern and issue which you didn't provide, that is the staff living at paycheck to paycheck. How are you going to help your staff to at least give them a raise? Also, living condition, where are the staff living? That's the one you should be concentrating. Also, the building that was bought by the tribe. Like to know the condition of the building. Does it need to be upgrade or renovation? And also some of the issue about procurement, ordering stuff. And how are you going to handle that? Are you aware of it? Have you looked into it? Have you met with your staff? And these are some of the issues they brought to the work session that was that occurred back in December. So, you new director, you know the rules and reg, and how are you going to help the nation to improve the service out there? And Eddie, I wanted to, did you say you're also a United States Marine Corps? And I appreciate you serve your country also. So that's the only concern I have, sir. So we could do a good job and motivate your staff and meet with them, get down to their level and help them. That's what they need, because those are the team that's supposed to keep you in line. So, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Toth. Next in queue, we have Honorable Autoso.
Justin, for your submittal for this position, and I know that the presentation that you made is you're applying for the job for the Navajo Nation Washington office. And I am, all I'm going to say is I work with you with the Navajo Nation Washington office when you were employed there. You weren't the director then, but you were a staffer. So a lot of those responsibilities, conditions and so forth is what you know, but what you know about. But you're applying for the job. Also, I got to conversate with you, working with the Navajo Hopi Land Commission issues there in Washington as you were working with the Hopstrocks and Mr. Greg Smith, who is the outside lobbyist who helps the nation in with the communication between Congress and the Navajo Nation. So I see that you are experienced in how the world turns in Washington, because it's different there in Washington. You have committee meetings, you have Senate affair meetings, and all of these meetings that go on there in Washington is different than what goes on here in Winter Rock. And basically, you understand what goes on there, and I would be scared if a person just out of the blues just came and said, I want to manage that office, not knowing how how fast things roll in Washington. But I'd just like to say that I am going to support your confirmation, and I do appreciate you applying for the job there with the president. And I have faith in you and moving the Navajo Nation Washington office forth. I know when you get there, or you're probably already there, trying to get management in place and get the office into the correct direction. And at the same time, a lot of these management issues will be coming forth. But right now you're not confirmed yet, and or fully confirmed. So a lot of these issues, management, come to you day to day. And once full confirmation happens by the council, I'm sure you will take care of all the other issues, the O&M issues, and the other questions pertaining to what's going on in Washington and so forth. But right now, I do have the confidence in you running that office. It's due to the experience you had in Washington. We had a discussion there with some of my trips to Washington, and you working for as a staffer, being assigned from the Pentagon to the legislative process, to be a advisor, or to be a runner for Pentagon, and your background as a really speaks about what you do, and you know how the world turns in Washington. Therefore, I can't say that I can't support you. I did sila. Edi what o ben what ishni so I did Mr. Austin. Doon da aye ito. The term is you came back. I'm not saying, I'm going to come back and pay me this much. You just applied for the job. Whatever the president offers you, this is what you're going to take. But again, just be mindful that in that position, you will be working on behalf of the Navajo people. And also, just to indicate that you do continue to work with council, with my, with me and the 24th Council, and I believe we met when you were at the Pentagon, when I was on the 23rd Council. But you're always you're always willing to help, and so that's one of the thing, and provide direction and find solutions. And when leadership gets to Washington, it's very hard to try to maneuver through getting copies and things like that. And we know that we did have an issue with the former director who wouldn't help us at the time. But when the first director was replaced, or when she left and was replaced with Ms. So, things changed, and that's when I seen you there at the Washington office. And my experience with Washington office then was that you were helping us. So I just would like to just request that you do work with council and continue to try to provide that service on behalf of the Navajo people, and to assist leadership when leadership gets to Washington, because a lot of these issues pertaining to the nation just comes up in a heartbeat. Like this past Sunday, leadership had to leave to Washington, D.C. pertaining to the U.S. Supreme Court hearing pertaining to the water rights. There's other reasons why leadership needs to go to Washington, is TIBIC. There's other reasons, such as Navajo Hopi Land Commission issues, and a lot of the federal issues that are going on. The voice of Navajo, our eyes and ears up there when things change. When a position of the Navajo Nation needs to be brought, I really hope, I want you to really work with council so council can legislate the Navajo Nation's positions and say this is the nation's grounds, this is the nation's position to the federal government. So that's all I ask. Again, Justin, thank you for you applying for this position, and I think you'll do good for us.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable So. We'll turn the floor back over to our sponsor, Honorable Crotty, for responses.
Yeah, David, Chair Hurley, thank you for the questions, Delegate Holt, Delegate. I'm going to yield the time over to the agent, Mr. Husking, for the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, Otto. Thank you, Delegate Tolles and Delegate So for your questions. Delegate Toll, to answer your questions on the staffing concerns in regards to the paychecks, paycheck to pay. I have been reassessing some of the, and we are also building our staffing capacity. I have been monitoring our budget to making sure that we can provide adequate and sustainable income to those who do come to the DC area. Some of the challenges that I believe that have been in the past is that income requirement, and it's hard for recruitment and retention. So I have taken a look at that. I have been looking at what positions that I may be able to reclassify in order to make the cost of living more sustainable out here in the DC area. In terms to your questions on the building, so the building does need to undergo some repairs, but we are not fully aware of the repairs that need to be made. We're in the process of getting a structural engineer to come in to do an assessment to figure out what it is that we need in order to make those necessary repairs. Once that report becomes available, I'm more than happy to share that with council so that we have a further understanding of what it is that we need in order to move into the 11D. But as of right now, we're not entirely too sure of the full condition of the home. But what I have been able to find out through the records is that the home was built in the 1800s, and there were some modifications since that time. Some of the staffs did raise some state concerns when the building was purchased, which prompted us to move forward with structural assessment. So once we do have that report, we'll be more than happy to put that over to the council board with next. In terms of the procurement challenges, yes, we have had challenges with procurement, and that stems all of that internal that we have on Navajo. So have been working with the controller's office and the office of the president and vice presidents to find out what exactly it is that we can do to modify some of the internal processes to make the procurement process more accessible. It's very hard for the Washington office to find vendors willing to work with us because of our processes. Vendors that are on the nation or surrounding the nation may be okay with the procurement processes and being paid by check, but a lot of in the DC area, most people require a credit card just to even put down a deposit for some services. So it's very challenging finding a vendor that's willing to work with the Washington office in some of these projects and meeting the procurement processes for the nation. But we are actively researching in it, and then once we have more information, I'm more than happy to sit down with you and the rest of council to kind of work through some of those challenges. Delegate So, thank you for your support and the kind words that you've shared. My intention is to work with council, making sure that we bridge that communication and enhance the relationship between the Washington office and Window Rock. You have my commitment to working with council on the different issues, including the Navajo Hopi Land Commission and other issues. One of the things that we're looking at is ways that we can have more of a presence in Window Rock. So right now I'm strategizing with staff on how we can make that happen. I am waiting for a new staff member to come on board, and once I do have that staff member on board, I will be 95% fully staffed, and we're going to be making a lot of internal changes so that we can expand our communication with our leaders in the Window Rock. I appreciate you raising those concerns, and rest assured that I'll do everything that I can within my purview to work with council so that we all work towards a common goal. And I think that's the overall goal here, is to making sure that we're unified and that we have a strong unified front to tackle a lot of these issues so we can provide the resources and services to our people on the nation. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hosty. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue for any additional questions or comments. Second call. Honorable Riquinez, via Zoom, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Amber Kenneth Bob Claudia Koro Sabe Danahrit Aine Garonin Sosto Koro Mr. Justin Austin as the Director of Washington Office. Harrison and Ayat Mr. Austin Koro Nanish work that you're going to be doing in DC. Council travels quite often to DC, and at times we get good cooperation. I know you're going to be working for the president's office. So I just want to wish you well, provide us all the amount of information that we need to communicate between Washington Congressional Senate leadership committees and with council. And what I would like to just say is you need to work with council. We usually have our own lobbyists that we go and travel with to DC. At times, the director there, previous directors, did not really work with us well, and it seemed like they just sat in the nest over there for the president. And I think we need to cross that barrier and not do that. You need to reach out to council as well and work with council, not just the office of president and vice president, and just provide us all the information as you're doing right now, sending us press releases and just giving us that information that we need. So when we go to DC, we know who to visit and what to speak on, and just giving them information as well as to the issues that we're faced with when we are advocating on behalf of our great Navajo Nation. So just letting you know to work with us as council. Just don't be exclusive over there for the president. And that's all I have to say, and thank you and God bless. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Nez. We'll turn it back to the floor to Honorable Crotty and Mr. Hosteen for your responses. Honorable Crotty.
Comments on the question, and yield the floor to Mr. Hosteen. Thank you.
Thank you, Shema Delegate Crotty. And thank you, Delegate Nez, for raising some of those concerns. And rest assured that the President is committed to working with Council. I am very committed to working with Council, and I, welcome the opportunity to continue to meet with every member of Council to further understand what are some of the priorities and to take some of the recommendations that you may have on how we can enhance our relationship with one another. I overall just want to say, I understand that there may have not been a very good relationship from previous leadership, but I am committed to working with each and every one of you on the common goal and making sure that we have a unified front. I would ask that members of Council, definitely bring those concerns to me as soon as possible, as soon as they arise, so that we can address it. And as upcoming travel, any arrangements that you need, my staff is standing by. We're willing to support with staffing you on those meetings, to scheduling those meetings with our federal partners and our federal agencies. So please don't hesitate to reach out if there's anything that we can do. As many delegates have stated, the Navajo Nation Council is the regulating body of the Navajo Nation, and I very much respect that. And you are all of our elected leaders, and we're here to support our entire government. So anything that you need, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you, and I'll turn the time back over to Shema, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Mr. Hosteen, for your responses. I don't see anybody else in queue, colleagues. Second call. Third call. Calling for a vote on legislation 0030-23. One more minute to vote. Thank you, staff. With that, we have 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Legislation moves forward to Navajo Nation Council. Colleagues, we're down to number 8, close of meeting. Any announcements? Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaker, I don't know how you office feel, also the members of this body here. Since their spring was about 2 days ago, with that, my plan, or if the speaker can help assist, I would like to request, if possible, to have senior center bring their seniors up to this chamber to introduce our elderlies. I know it hasn't been done. If it's okay, I know there's 84 senior center. For sure, not all of them is going to be here. We just want to recognize our elderlies. They're out there. We always advocate for elderlies. I guess the president, staff, we need to honor these elderlies at all senior centers. At least, have them come out here. If the department, if they're listening, Department of Health can authorize to transport to this chamber on that day. By that time, the weather should be clear. And new beginning needs the COVID we need to come back together with our elderlies, but we don't introduce to this chamber. So bansus case banso case shinat ani notlenigi in constituents, elderly, senior centers. Godabadi ni hot agan habansus case. A covet hayada hot etolis ye hata olnido lisco. Sapi yopedes catolis nitzen so. Nkinat ani la ason recognize dan hila. We tend to forget about elderlies too. I know some don't have a transportation. Ede korobe this announce this lito on. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Toth, and we'll make sure we have that connection with you and the staff here. Another announcement, Honorable Riquinez.
Speaker, honorable members of the 25th Council, I sent an email to all of you yesterday. Please respond to that email. And business class, and they want to hear from Navajo leadership. They're over at St. Stephen's Indian School. Even if you Google that, look it up, you'll kind of know what's going on. But I want you, call that phone number that I provided and listen to them. They see what they need help with. And I haven't heard a response from you. When I don't hear a response, or if we don't hear a response like that, you wonder if people even care about them. These are our people out there. There's about more than 10 Navajos teaching up there. Email. Please contact them, call them as soon as you get off the call. Thank you.
Honorable Nez. Announcement, we have Honorable Herman Daniels.
Thank you very much. I'm a man speaking about outlets. Please go find this meeting for the show. I don't know if it's on Monday. Please go find I don't know if it's in the as a show when what's in the day to please over the daily and as an call no. So the data for those shots clear have the honorable top four. You have the data traffic in chapter. It's good to have the leaders of the traffic in chapter. Every year they have this intergenerational conference. 8 of Naa'bik'iyati Pacific. The day June 8th and June 9th. The other one that is paid on the way traffic in chapter. The Nata Adonana Reda, not Dante Yantana Kin, Atana Kin, Ado the neck Eshido, Yakidana Kin, Ado never echoed in so Ado day in the house throughout the day, entertained that day. I just or it should be Adonana Reda as card and babies, they don't know in the Reda, it's called hard as peace. So that the children even late to the family when they are actually I've never got a year. Other babies after this is going to be their 10th year doing that every year, 10 years every day. So it was like, I is right now. Chapter manager, then you on a chapter official. I don't know for the staff, then it is, I don't know, I eat, so last year, myself and Quiddo and Honorable Pierce, Shandine Pierce, he are in the way that we're doing demonstration. They are the media. He's Chinabagana, Benan Kino. So this year, they are respectfully asking Quiddo and the former Navajo man speaker, Kabadina, no other. He got the legal other. And I don't know what is going to be a told the house. I think the house tells him that they yard, they hit the house middle, that hit, the whole thing is other. The way that June 8th, the carnival sheets out of June 9th. They don't know $1,000 a call. So I don't know on the rate. April 3rd and 4th, don't the rate. Utah, the Naa'bik'iyati, the rate of Navajo Nation Council, the rate of the state legal in the rate of the state of Oregon. The rate of the because of what Utah is the Navajo Nation, which was over the nation. Not can't do that again.
Odoron Chilhada, Sirigo, Elikiada Sunanta, Bears, Shota, Tel, Sirigo, the part of correction, either has for even great one, the rate of one hundred still great. Don't agree, the lowest grade, the rate of 100 the is okay that the place of the rate was other as it's told again, still. I think that I think of my case, I don't agree, not agree, I put that in Shinoko, in the house, the rate to the land, Sergei. I don't know, I don't spend time away down, can look at the chair. Go down. Get it, yeah, she on that done for my book, kids ago. I don't say that, I'm not saying another house, he don't say another resource. I call actually another house, cake is a play, you think. So in the way, the Honorable Tom Shi, a he could a yes, he could a I attended two meetings, the Utah and Naa'bik'iyati. So you could depend the resolution. Actually, the Utah, I don't know, the never relationship, so I did not stand call. So it all is down and go, even could have a car or shake could have not part, I feel that the Catholic could have not be net or this could have. The Dahadeno never made Dahad, I don't know how London is net or national law. Or 80 other Shanahasis or in the rate of economic development, so that they each local or even that could have you could have been discussing. I want to thought of it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Shiyaj, Honorable Daniels, next in queue we do have Honorable Tolth again for announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to respond back to Mr. Honorable Ricky Naz. Mr. Naz, Honorable Naz, thank you for your email. I read that yesterday, and I informed my committee to look into it. At the same time, we invited the president of staff to at least do a letter to them. So it was mentioned to me, and I received a letter from the students, the teachers, that they were mistreated. Thank you for that information. So HASI committee is already addressing that along with the president's staff. Although this morning, Chief of Staff Nedish Kine we're still working on it. It shouldn't be taking that long to, at least from this nation, Navajo Nation, to write a letter to them or whatever the contacts be. So thank you for that, and I did read your email, so thank you very much, Speaker.
Honorable Tolth. I don't see anybody else in queue for announcements. From the Office of the Speaker, we do have March 26th, the leadership meeting regarding litigation updates, and then March 27th and 28th, we'll be doing Navajo Nation Enterprises orientations. So that agenda did get sent out, and just a reminder to attend those meetings. If there's any other announcements, I'll entertain an adjournment. Motion by Honorable Johnson. We have a second to adjourn. Honorable Orviso. I don't see any objections to the adjournment. Calling for a vote to adjourn.